Did they get the glitch fixed? Do we know?
Yes, everything's fixed. We're streaming live. It's already active, so we'll be good to go at 10:30. There's currently 16 public viewers on Facebook at the moment.
Omar, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but you know what? I'm looking at my TV, which I pulled up at YouTube, and it says loading, and I got a picture of Michael Gilpin's window, and Bettina's screen is kind of blacked out. Is that all you're supposed to see?
No, it should be the same, what you see on your screen now, the aerial footage.
It's not.
Just wait till I say something. Can you see me?
I can see you on my laptop, but I can't see you on the TV.
Chrissy just sent a message that says YouTube is down. There was a link on YouTube to connect people back to Facebook.
So now YouTube is down and you're back to Facebook?
We have 21 people on Facebook, and this is streaming right now. This conversation is streaming to Facebook.
Oh, yes, we can only use one platform. Yes, we can only use one platform.
Why did the email that we sent out said it was it YouTube or Facebook we said? It doesn't matter.
Everything's on Facebook. We got everything working on Facebook now.
Neil, I don't think that we need to restart the whole meeting. Probably the best thing to do would be to just go back and put an announcement that we will be taking public comment on the consent agenda, just to see if anybody had any issues with the minutes. And then we can go back moving forward with the action agenda, because everything we've already done is technically public record.
Okay.
Okay, should I hit that? I'm muted right now. You are muted? I think so. See, it says mute. Yeah, I'm gonna take that off mute.
Mike, we can hear you, Mike.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're muted, Mike.
Okay, never mind. Well, they're hearing you through here, honey. I think you want to be unmuted because if you
Okay, if everyone is here, it's 10:30. Tanya, would you call the roll one more time? Do we need to call the roll? I think everybody can see everybody's on the screen and here. So we apologize for the technology and the challenges we've had. I think we're all up and running on Facebook. We know we've got users there that are commenting. We did get off to a start. That initial start is fully recorded and available for everybody so that you can see what was discussed. On the advice of counsel, we don't have to totally restart the meeting, so we won't do the pledge, but we are going to go forward with accepting any public comment on the consent agenda. So if anybody has any comment on the consent agenda, we'll wait a few minutes while those comments come in, and then we'll proceed. So Chrissy, if you can provide those comments as they come in.
And Neil, just to clarify, the consent agenda was the minutes from the Friday, March 6, 2020 board meeting, treasury report and golf financials for February 29th.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you for adding that clarification. We seem to have lost Supervisor Herrick. Am I just not seeing him? Are you here, Craig?
Yes, I am.
Now I can see you.
And when he put up the agenda, it showed the only people that were not muted were in the pictures.
So we posted a comment on Facebook to see if there was any public comment for the consent agenda, and we have not gotten a response as of this moment.
Okay, with no public comment, I'm assuming from our earlier meeting or aborted meeting that the board doesn't have any comments, but I'll call for any other board comments on the agenda. And if none, Tanya, call the question. Seeing no discussion, Tanya, call the question.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Mike, you're muted.
Let's go ahead and
How about now?
unmute. Okay,
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
You're muted also, Ray.
Yes.
Supervisor Branson?
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick?
Yes.
President Hotelling?
Yes. Moving on to the action items. The first item is resolution number 2020-424-10, a resolution of the Sun and Lake of Sebring Improvement District to award RFP 20-01 for the Phase 4 drainage project to Excavation Point for $120,688. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. If we can have a staff update. We're going to get this from Drew.
Good morning, Drew.
Good morning. Just a brief recap since we're doing this again a little bit. We put out bids last month, or we sent an RFP last month for all the drainage projects that we're trying to get done with this budget money this year. We received 3 responses. Our low bidder, or apparent low bidder, was Excavation Point, or I believe $120,688. We've made contact with them. They should be able to start within the next month, whenever this gets approved. They're good with the scope of work. They're good with the price they gave us. I can touch base briefly on our budget. We had our estimated budget was $150,000 for this scope of work. It came in at the 120, so we're under budget. And we should be fine for that, and we can start whenever y'all are ready.
Any board comments, please? Any board comment or question on this? To recap, I guess then some discussion that we had in the aborted meeting was that the scope of the work here was $150,000. There is some additional drainage around Unit 5 that we could look at adding. There was discussion that we've done that in the past. There was also discussion that given the circumstances that we're under now, we should look carefully at any spending outside of what we need to do this year, because we know that revenues are going to be down and we're probably going to be tapping the reserves, and we don't know how severely yet because we're not through this. The motion currently on the table is to approve the $120,000 that has been bid. Is there anyone who wants to make a motion that we add any additional drainage work as was discussed earlier, or should we just go with the motion as it is?
I thought we decided we'd go with another 20,000 for what he needs to do.
We just need to have that discussion with the public so that they know and can comment on anything that we're discussing.
Okay, I'm fine with giving him another $20,000 to do what needs to still be done.
Are you making?
My recommendation to that point would be to simply bring that additional 20,000 or whatever was not part of the original bid back as a change order to the board at a later date.
Yeah. That's good. Mm-hmm. That'll work. That'll be good.
That's fine.
That'll work. We on mute.
So at this point, we're going forward with the motion as it stands at 120,000, and if they want to bring back the other project, we'll look at it then. Any further board discussion on this? Any public comment? And even if you agree with us, public, if somebody could at least say we agree, then at least we'll know we're getting some public feedback on this.
So as of right now, we do not have any public comment. Chrissy and I have both made suggestions on the chat feature on Facebook, and we currently have 35 viewers who are watching, none of which have acknowledged the two requests provided.
That's remaining a concern. So again, if anybody in the public is seeing this, maybe we're getting a delay on Facebook, I don't know. But if somebody from the public could at least say no objection, or if you've got an objection, let us know. We want to be sure that public has an opportunity to comment on this and that they are doing so.
Pauline Kerner just submitted a comment saying she agrees.
Thank you for that, Omar. Any further public comment? Any further board comment?
I've also gotten multiple comments of agreement from the public.
Thank you. Any further board comment? Tanya, call the question.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
Supervisor Branson?
Yes.
Supervisor Herrick?
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
President Hotelling?
Yes. The next action item is resolution number 2020-0424-11, a resolution of the Sun and Lake of Sebring Improvement District toward RFP 20-02 for the Turtle Run Restroom Project to EO Cope Construction for $76,924. Is there a motion on this item?
I would move to table this resolution.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved to table and seconded. Is there any board discussion on this?
May I ask why we are moving it? May I ask what we're doing?
In my opinion, it's $76,000 that we do not need to spend right now. And I also question the cost at $76,000 for a bathroom. But my main thing is I just don't think that we need to spend, while I would really like to see a bathroom there, I just don't know that this is the year to do that. That's my point.
So you're saying we should kill the resolution?
I'm saying we should table the resolution. And if we need to just dissolve it for this year, fine. That's what I'm asking. I still want the restroom. It's right now. I just don't think it's the right time.
I agree with that.
Oh, I agree.
You got muted, Ray. I couldn't hear you.
I said,
You're still muted, Ray. We're not hearing you.
how's that? Is that better? I would, in total agreement to kill the resolution. I would like to know where we're going to put it. Or has that become part of the capital conversations later?
I'm not opposed to the concept of tabling it. I'm more concerned that tabling it doesn't really work because there's a bid process, and the challenge with tabling it is the bid may be totally invalid when we bring it back, and it would probably be better to vote on the resolution and kill it and bring it back at a later time, because I would agree it's not an essential need, and we don't have a handle on where this year's reserves are going to come out because we aren't through the pandemic yet. So I think there's good reason to reject all of the bids since nothing came in at budget. I guess my recommendation would be to open the resolution for a vote and see if there's a board agreement on whether or not to not approve it at this point. And then we would have to put it back to bid at a later point. I will tell you, a sort of similar thing happened when I started as the golf operations manager at Pebble Beach back in '91. We wanted to actually replace the bathroom. So all the water fixtures were there. We had the plans for a bathroom that we had just opened at Spanish Bay, and the bids came in at $70,000 for the bathroom. And I was astounded because I came from Michigan not long before that. You could build a house for $70,000 in 1991. But I'm not as surprised that the bids came in higher than $70,000 here. I still think it's high. And I still think I would agree with Craig that this is an item that we could take off from this year's expense because we're going to need the reserves to cover loss of revenue. But I would probably vote against the tabling and in favor of somebody making a motion to hear the resolution and vote on the resolution negatively.
Can we have an opinion from David?
Yeah, my guess is that the bid documents require the bid to be valid for at least 30 days, maybe longer. I don't know if Drew's still on, if he can, or Omar maybe will know how much or how long the bids are required to be valid for. But I am certain that they'll be valid through up till the next board meeting. But if the concern is timing, I think tabling it is okay. If the concern is cost, then I would recommend to go ahead and take a vote.
Thank you.
In my opinion, the concern is both.
I agree.
So do you want us?
If the concern, if cost is a concern at all, I mean, if we think that this project is going to have to be rebid, then my opinion would be to go ahead and take a vote on to whether or not to approve it or to rebid it.
I mean,
I
the
agree.
budget originally called for $60,000. If we approve this, we'll be somewhere around $95,000 for a bathroom. I just think that's unrealistic in today's world, especially in today's world.
So Craig, the question would be to you as the motion maker, do you want to continue having us review and vote on the tabling, or do you want to withdraw that and go back to making a motion on the resolution?
I'll amend my motion that we go ahead and discuss this particular resolution in total and vote.
And Mike, you were the second. Do you agree?
I agree.
Okay, so we'll discuss the resolution. Tanya or Drew? I'm not sure who's going to discuss it for us.
Drew and Mike?
Are we on? Should be. Okay. Go ahead. Want me to go? Yeah. You want me to go?
Oh, they done killed our video again. Sorry about that.
We're out? We're in?
No, we're going. We're
Okay.
good. Which aspects of the project would you like to discuss? Just everything from the top or where we're at?
Based on kind of the board discussion, I think you can do a quick summary of your recommendation regarding the 76,000 and maybe clarify the expense we've already had.
Our scope of work was a little bit of a floating object during the design process on this. There's some items that we can link to some of the overruns on budget. We were definitely hoping for it to be closer to the 60,000 mark. We weren't knowingly trying to go over budget, but there was a number of smaller items that came in that I guess they ended up costing more. I don't know if we properly estimated some of the utility costs for it. Some of that was higher than we were expecting for sure. And I don't know if you looked at some of the other bids. These bids ranged from the 76 all the way up to $200,000, which is ridiculous. I don't know how we could have built a 3-2 house on the next lot for less money, but we did talk with the contractor a little bit on why the budget was higher than we were expecting. Some of it was distance from the road. Of course, we can't damage or impact the golf course or the upland conservation easement we're working with. So that led to some of the overruns that we weren't expecting. As for recommendation, the price is high, and y'all brought up about unknowing for the budget and if we have any shortfalls due to all the current situation. I don't disagree at all on postponing it, but just things we have to remember. If we do put it back out to bid, whether it's a month from now or 6 months from now or next year, we're guaranteed the price is going to go up. And I know that's not a basis for making a decision. It's just something to keep in mind. I can't recommend doing it now if we're worried about budget, but I guess it's up to y'all to make a decision on that. But I think it's only going to get more expensive unless we do some drastic changes to cut things, rework things.
Can you add some clarity on the expense we've already had on the project?
most of the expense we've had on the project is just going through the preliminary design, the actual building design, and permitting that we've already accomplished. So everything's fully permitted, except for the actual building permit, which the contractor will pull when they get awarded it. But a lot of it was going back and forth, changing things, moving things around, conceptual. I would say that's a lot of the current existing expenses we have on it.
How long is the permitting that we have valid? Would we have to get new permission if we put this off for a year?
I believe a lot of it will be good for a year. If not, we can ask for extensions. The biggest one is the county. The Swift Mud permit should be good for 2 to 5 years. We just have to verify which one it is. But it should be good for at least 2 years. County, since we got a commercial site plan exemption, I'm not 100% sure on what their time limit is, but there was no fee to the district. If we had to resubmit it, it would just be giving them back the same thing they've already approved. Worst case scenario if it did run out, but we should be able to ask for a time extension, if it's reasonable.
Neil, we have met with the contractor, Drew and I, because when the prices came in, we actually thought even the 76 was high, never mind the $200,000 high. We met with the contractor and, you know, we looked at some ways to cut cost. But even after that, we would, you know, we could only get it down, and that would be to do some in-house work and make a couple of changes for the roofs and stuff. You know, we can still only get it to around 68,000. You know, but we met with the contractor, and you know, I mean, you know, we're trying to keep the costs down. But originally, when we gave the 60,000, we didn't. Where we dropped the ball is the location compared to. What we did is we compared another bathroom the same size, but where the cost jumped up was the bringing in the water and sewer and the electrical. That jumped up pretty good. So that's, you know, that's where you see the big jump. I mean, I still think it's a lot of money for a bathroom, and I'm just like you. I mean, I don't know. But anyways, I mean, you know, we have met with them. You know, we went with Tanya, and she told us, you know, to see what we could do, and we've tried. So, you know, it's not like, you know, we haven't tried. I mean, the lowest we could get it to and to be bare bones and to use our own guys for more labor would be around 68,000. So there's not much difference, you know, to have the contractor come in and do the whole thing. So.
Okay, thank you for that report. Any further board discussion? And public, feel free to start chiming in, and we'll get those comments from you as we go.
I don't know if anybody else saw the email Mark Camp sent out this morning, but if you read that and you validate that, the 76 is way understated. And again, I'm not supporting anything that's over the initial budget, so.
I actually have that printed out to read today.
Okay, any other board comment? Okay, Chrissy, if you can read that letter and share any public comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I was muted. So the first email I have is from Bill Norcross. I received it yesterday at noon, and it states, "Thanks for the response, and I hope I can see everyone on TV. I don't know what is on the agenda Friday, so I have a brief comment. I understand on Turtle Golf Course, a men's and women's restroom is considered budgeted for 60K, and could be more at 75K. I've solicited information from contractors saying most of the restrooms on both courses except hole 14 on Turtle, larger area, could be built for 12 to 15K. Understandably, the new restroom has plumbing water source problems, but 75K is a lot, whereas some money that could be spent fixing up the asphalt path around the practice sand trap, for instance, where tree roots poking through the asphalt are not fun to ride on for everyone. Earl has done a nice job with the curbing around the trap. The asphalt cart path takes away any fun driving down to Turtle. There's my input. Understand we're in a weird virus financial world, and I think more than one project can be done if monies are spent prudently. Thank you for your time. P.S. I'll pay for the pressure-treated wood for the STEP project and have it ready for Earl to cut to length.
That's it, please. Thank you.
Okay, so the second comment is from Mark Camp. I received it by email yesterday, and it states, with all that is going on in the world, it's difficult to conduct business. I applaud the SNL district for their efforts in attempting to run the Board of Supervisors meeting via Zoom web conferences. Since it is not an interactive audio meeting and questions are provided through mail messaging, much can be lost in the translation of questions. He goes on to say, he's just summarizing the fact that he's asking this question on the Turtle Run bathroom. The budgeted proposal for 2020 was $60,000, and now the Board of Supervisors is looking to vote on a $76,924 bid, which was the lowest. That is $16,924 over budget. I also see that there is already $13,348 that was spent. I'm not sure on what, so now the total bathroom cost will be $95,272 or $35,272 over the proposed $60,000 budget at approximately a 50% increase. As a side note, there were 3 other vendor bids that were ridiculous. Yes, these bids were thrown out, but for illustration purposes, we have a new developer, Southern Homes, which can build a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home with a kitchen and garage for less than the 3 bids that came in for the Turtle Run bathrooms at $200,000, $680,000, $165,000, and $140,000. How can that make any sense, especially when you can buy a complete house for $155,000? I understand this is a capital expense, but how can a $95,000 bathroom be justified at this current time? It's time to look at budget overruns seriously. Thank you and be safe. So those are the 2 that I received by email yesterday. I've not received any further input on Facebook.
Hoping again that somebody out there on Facebook is watching. Can we get a comment from anyone so that we know that it is working?
I have no further comment on Facebook side.
Do we have any delay on Facebook, or are they seeing this very live?
They are seeing it with minimal delay, but I do see a comment from Javita McKinney, just giving us congratulations for keeping the connection going. Charlie Shields says he also hears us fine.
Okay, so it sounds like we are getting public interaction. We've had a couple of public comments in advance, and any further board discussion?
Neil, you're breaking up really bad.
Let's try again. Are you hearing me better now? Okay,
No.
You're not. Tanya's nodding yes.
I can hear you fine.
Okay. We've had public comment, and now I'm bringing it back for any further board discussion. And if none, we'll call the question.
Just one thing before we vote. I'm sorry, before we vote, I'd like to be explained once again what we're voting for.
We are voting for or against the resolution as it stands to award the contract for $76,000 on the bathroom project to EO Code.
Thank you.
Tanya, call the question.
Supervisor Branson?
No.
Supervisor Herrick?
No.
Supervisor Gilpin?
No.
Supervisor Brooks?
No.
President Hoteling?
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is resolution number 2020-424-12, a resolution of the Sun and Lake of Sebring Improvement District to award RFP 20-03 for the Shuffleboard Recreation Complex Upgrade Project to Marmar Construction for $177,100. Is there a motion to approve?
Do we have any idea why he's breaking up for me? It just
No, that's
always
fine.
garbled when he's trying to talk to, and what I'm receiving anyway.
Yeah, just be cognizant, everyone, if you're not speaking or not planning on speaking, go ahead and mute, so there's not too many people on the line, and maybe that'll help the sound.
Is everybody else hearing me okay? It's just on Craig's side?
Fine
I
with
don't know
me.
how I'm coming across, but everybody that's talking to me is breaking up.
I can hear everything clearly.
I'm good.
So I wonder if it's maybe your internet connection, Craig. Okay, the matter on the table is the action agenda item C, resolution 2020-424-12 on the shuffleboard and recreation complex upgrade. I still need a motion if we're going to proceed to discuss this matter.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. If we can get a discussion from staff and a clarification, if you could, with that as to how this impacts with any money we got from the county.
Good morning, Supervisors. Drew, I'll go ahead and speak to his question on the interlocal agreement. In September of 2019, an interlocal agreement was established with the county to pay for 50% of this project. The original budget for this project was $190,000, and it came in below budget at $177,100. The interlocal agreement is good for 2 years after it was signed. So that allows us time to proceed with this project. If we don't proceed at this time, we only have until September of 2021 to complete the project in order to receive 50% reimbursement.
Just to clarify, the budget was 190, the bid is 177, and half of that will be reimbursed. Do we have any concerns as to whether the county reimbursement will come through given the budget issues they're going to be having?
I have an interlocal agreement between the county and the district as signed. I would not have any issues because the money is allocated already through RPAC.
Okay, if we can then go to a discussion of the project itself.
Okay, I'll give a brief background on it. In 2018, the district wanted to look into alternate recreation other than just having tennis, pickleball, and golf. One of the suggestions Ray Ray brought up that we need to look into shuffle and some bocce ball and or petanque. So we designed kind of like a conceptual sketch and went through the whole process, and we kind of decided that the shuffle should be the first one to kind of get moved through. We went through a couple different variants, and we ended up with 8 shuffle courts that we ended up agreeing on. And then we were able to acquire the RPAC money, or at least the reimbursement. So we went ahead and finished the design process, got permits, everything, put it out to bid. And our intent was to mimic the facilities at Tanglewood with this project, since they also fairly closely mimic the facilities in downtown Sebring. I don't know if any of y'all have been by there, but it's basically covered where the players are, for shade, which I don't think it'd be good for rain, but it's good for covered shade. It's going to be concrete construction. Our intent is to also we're using a surface similar to the surface at Tanglewood, which is maintenance-free. You don't have to use the glass beads or waxing or anything like that, so it'll be better in the long run, so we don't have to keep up with that. So we spec'd all that out. We're going to have lighting, sidewalks to get to and from the new facilities. We're also going to clean up the surrounding site. There's a lot of pine trees. I'm sure they frequently dust pickleball courts, so we're going to get those removed, so everyone can utilize it, and it'll help with future development too. But we put it out to bid, picked up the bids this month, and what you see in front of you is our results. Marmor was the apparent low bidder. We did reach out to them. They said they could start within 45 days of the approval, and they have done a number of jobs around the district, not necessarily all for the district, but they have done work around here. They were the contractors for the EMS station that's on Sun Lake Boulevard, and they did the contract work for the recent kitchen improvements.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board?
But since we have these matching funds that I was going to pay basically the 50% of the total charge, I think I don't want to risk losing that 50%, and I would say that we should proceed.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly.
Anyone else? Public, feel free to chime in at this point.
I have been actively speaking with the public. So far, we have nothing relevant to this discussion.
The budget actually calls for $190,000, is that not correct?
Yeah. I don't know if Tanya wanted to chime in, but that is correct.
That is correct.
Any further board discussion? I think we don't have any public discussion yet. I would kind of, I'm mixed on this one because I agree we don't want to give up the 50% share. The question would be whether this is really a priority item right now. The fact that Marmar came in well under the other bids and under budget, I'm inclined to go forward with it so that we can move this project forward. It's been in discussion for longer than I've been on the board. Any public discussion? Excuse me, any public discussion?
Everyone seems to be in favor of us proceeding with the meeting.
Okay, Tanya, call the question.
Supervisor Herrick.
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin.
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks,
Yes.
Supervisor Branson,
Yes.
President Hoteling.
Yes. We thank all of you who are listening in and sharing your comments. This has been a challenge. When I discussed this meeting, my concern was that we didn't want to deal with anything that didn't need to be dealt with, and the bids obviously needed to be dealt with. But we've been trying to keep this as much as high item measures so that we can get done what the district needs to get done, but hold off other things for the public when we can get back together as a real group. So we've dealt with the action agenda, and I will move on. Any add-on items, Tanya?
No, sir.
Any petitions and communications?
Yes, I have one from Mr. David Halbeck. He says that the district needs to be commended and Advent Health in some manner for the way the testing process was conducted for the COVID-19 drive-through testing. His email is there on the screen.
I understand you've had some follow-up with the hospital, and they had, what, 380 some go through, and we haven't heard the results yet.
That is correct. We are very patiently waiting. We're hoping those results will be announced today.
Okay. Any other communications?
No, sir, but I will mention that there has been multiple emails from the public regarding our Racket Club facility reopening.
I've seen a couple of those. I'm not sure, has the rest of the board seen those communications, and do they have any opinions?
I've seen them, and I think we have to wait to hear what DeSantis's task force has to say. I think it's Friday that they are giving their report to DeSantis, and then we can just, hopefully some of this stuff is going to be lifted. Based on what they are saying, I would think it's very feasible that we could open them.
I would think that we should open them right away if we can justify people playing golf. I don't know why we can't justify people playing tennis or racquetball, especially since they committed to abide by the rules as best they can. I don't see any reason to penalize them. I would say open it up now.
I would agree with Ray.
My only comment is the supervisors had nothing to do with closing it down. So I'd like to know who closed it down and why, to begin with.
I think it was a staff decision to close it down. They did review it with me. I thought they reviewed it with the other supervisors, but it was a staff decision.
No way.
But it was in part due to the fact that there were non-members that were coming in, and it was getting overcrowded to a point of concern.
Well, should we be the ones that open it back up since we didn't close it? Or, I mean, these are the things that I get irritated about, is the dang thing was shut down and I didn't know nothing. And now they're asking me to turn it back in. I mean, some stuff like that just doesn't make sense.
Well, the staff acted appropriately, I think, to close it down, given the circumstances. But as the Board of Supervisors, we can certainly give the staff other direction. So the question is, what direction would the Board of Supervisors like to give the staff, or just leave it up to them when it opens?
So, supervisors, in my absence, that decision was made based on the circumstances. And Omar, you can speak to that, but that decision was made in my absence.
When that decision was made, it was when all the executive orders came out where they couldn't have congregations of more than 10 in a location. Obviously, with golf, you only have foursomes and you're limited. We were making accommodations with that. We couldn't make those same accommodations with the racket facility. I would like to say, and just for the board to take under consideration, we are not opposed to opening it back up, but I think we need to have the conversation that the recreation office as a whole right now is shut down. We do not have employees there working or staffing that. So we would need to give us some time to make a new schedule, get staff in there again, because we're going to get a large influx of non-residents, Tanglewood, just community and public. If we open that up, we're going to get a large influx, and there's going to be people who are not only coming in contact with our employees at that recreation office, but there's going to be a lot of people in that community, in that racket facility, and what provisions are we going to put in place to limit the amount of players at a court? Once again, there's limitations on golf. We're only one per cart, so we need to discuss those limitations when we're discussing opening these facilities back up.
Well, I'd like to recommend if we do open it up, that we let just our members play there and nobody else. I mean, that's just a suggestion, but I think I'd just leave it up to you guys to tell us when you're ready to do it, and then ask us. And because I agree with Ray and Joe that we should open it up, but it's just why it was closed and when and how and stuff like that. That I'm getting all these emails. I think I've gotten 7 to open it up, and I didn't have anything to do with closing it. So I'd recommend that we at least let our members play there and nobody from the outside. But I have nothing against opening it up.
Are there any other facilities that are open? Do we know that?
I don't think there is, Joe. I heard that we were the only one that, when we closed, that we were open, but I don't know that for sure.
I also am in favor of reopening it as soon as staff thinks it is a valid thing to do. My concerns are twofold. Craig mentioned one, Governor DeSantis is supposed to be offering some direction later today. And we're also hoping to get the results of the testing from the hospital. At this point, I think the impact of the coronavirus in the Highlands County area has been pretty minimal to the rest of the state, and certainly from other parts of the country. So I don't think we were at high risk, but if that the count from the testing that happened last Sunday indicates that we actually do have more infections than we think we have, I think we need to take that into consideration. So I think there's a couple of loose cannons out there that need to be reined in so that we know what the direction is from the governor and the results are from the hospital testing. But if those turn out to be positive, I would hope that we can get those racket center reopened early next week.
I still can't see a reason why we're waiting. The governor, when he issued the orders that he issued, this was not part of it. We closed it because we decided to close it. Sun and Lake, not the governor. Why do we keep the golf open? How do you keep the golf open and then not keep tennis courts open? I don't see what the difference is personally. If you keep one, I think you can keep them both. These people want to get out of the house and they want to play tennis. I think there's nothing wrong with that.
So while I agree with you, Ray, once again, we're looking at it from a community health standpoint too, and we were looking at the 10 congregation limit. Once again, at tennis, you're more confined. You're not riding by yourself in one cart. Yeah, you're using your own racket tools, but once again, we were just taking those provisions in. And once again, we got a large influx from the entire community, not just Sun and Lake, because every other facility in the county was shut down. So we got all those residents. We didn't have any staff at the recreation facility to take payments and to let them in. It was just becoming an administrative issue that we needed to address.
Now, I'm sure the golf people can handle letting the people get on the pickleball courts. And if you're concerned about so many people on the courts, take the middle courts and don't make them available. Just put the courts on the end available. That way you have even further distances between the games. There's nothing wrong with that. So instead of having 3 courts on the side open, they only have 2. I mean, there's ways to accommodate the people who live here. We just got to...
There are. I just want the board to be involved in that decision, because when the courts are full and you turn away a member, they're going to, once again, they're going to make a comment. There's someone who loses in this situation. There's not a win-win for everyone. So we want to accommodate our members as much as we can. I just don't know the legal ramification of closing it to non-residents or the public when this is a public facility. So I need David's opinion on that, whether we can even go down that road.
And then there's also the issue of having to staff it to be able to control it.
We do not have any recreational staff right now. Ariel will be back in the office on Tuesday.
Well, the lack of staff is a concern. In my opinion, I don't think we have the ability to limit to members only. We could possibly justify limiting to residents only. But I think the bigger concern is that we're complying with all the state requirements. And so my opinion would be to wait until see what DeSantis's task force states, and to see if we fall within, or if we can justify, based on one of his conditions, justify reopening early next week to residents only, potentially.
Just as a reminder, DeSantis didn't tell us to close them to begin with. I don't know why you think he's going to address it now.
No.
Right.
I understand that, but I think it's more of the proximity issue, and like I say, the golf obviously is a lot more open area. Racquetball, pool, and fitness, people are going to be, it's inevitable that people are going to be in closer proximity.
We're not talking about the pool, and we're not talking about the equipment room. We're talking about the racquetball and tennis courts.
But right. They're also touching the equipment from each other, and that was a concern for everyone over there. Now I went over with Omar, and people actually said, they touch each other's balls, they do this. So that's why the decision was made for the residents of Thunder Lake and also the employees of Thunder Lake. Okay. I mean, this has been a long 3 or 4 weeks for also our employees, with the concerns of who's got what and who's where too. So, I mean, honestly, my opinion, I think that was a great decision to close it down, because nobody knew where we were. The state didn't know, we didn't know. And you got to remember, in racquetball, they're touching the balls, they're touching the nets. Okay, in golf, it's a little different. Okay, so I mean, it's not the same.
Wow. You tell them, I'm fine. Whatever you guys want to do is good.
I think we let the staff tell us when to open it, and they got my vote when they think it's ready to open.
Okay, Chrissy, I think we've got some public comment to get in here as well. Joe, it looked like you wanted to say something.
I would agree with Mike. I think we need to let the staff make the decision and be behind them when they do.
Okay.
I agree.
I guess I have a real problem on why the board can't tell the staff what to do.
But he said we can. I'm just recommending we don't.
See if you could share a public comment. Is Chrissy,
It's posted in the chat box. Starting with, Davita McKinney, when will the gym and pool reopen? We've got Susan Wyatt agreeing that it needs to be reopened, but maybe just to residents. Anthony Felice says, how will you maintain the 6-foot distance required when you have people waiting to play and congregating around the court? Also, do we want to be the court police to maintain the 6-foot distance? How about being deluged by Tanglewood and general public, as it may be the only one open in the area? If you open it, limit to only Sun and Lake residents until further notice. Mark Fraley states member play should be enforced at all times. Popping up the gate for pickleball attendance for those that have not paid their fee needs to be addressed. This observation is pre-COVID. Karen Bueller-Brinkman, I can understand not reopening the fitness due to cross-contamination, but the pool could be due to the heat and chemicals kill the virus. Does it limit hours to give staff an opportunity to disinfect bathrooms and locker rooms and patio furniture? Davita McKinney says, good points. Why not release forms for adults and families who want to use facilities? And that, again, the pool is request for reopening. And then, again, Anthony Felice comments, how will you control the group of people waiting to get onto the courts for the 6-foot distancing? As for being responsible adults and worrying about their own health, please be aware that it's not just your health, but other people can suffer by someone lacking care regarding this virus. And that's it for public comment.
okay, one comment in there that I'd like David to comment on from a legal standpoint. Does a release form do any good in this situation?
Any good? Yes, it would probably do some good, but I don't think in the grand scheme of things, if we're the only facility in the entire county that's open, I think we're going to have a hard time justifying why we decided it was, we knew better than everybody else. Especially if that decision to reopen conflicts or causes conflicts with the governor's rulings about proximity.
Do we know if Tanglewood is open or closed as far as their courts go?
I do not. I can find out today, though.
Okay, based on the board comments and the public comments, I think I'm going to state what I believe the board is directing, and please chime in if you don't agree. But I think what we're saying is we all would like to see the facilities open sooner rather than later. We're going to leave that decision to staff based on the factors that they see. And please open it soon. Hopefully we'll get some feedback again from the government's view, as well as the results from the testing. I think if the hospital testing locally proves valid, proves that there isn't a lot of coronavirus in our area, I think we're probably safe to reopen, but we do need to be sure that we have staff there that can control, because my understanding is under phase 1, we've still got the no congregation of more than 10. I think we need to get things open as soon as possible. Other board?
I agree.
Chrissy, what was the comment we just saw flash on the screen about Tanglewood?
We got a comment from Mark Telfer, saying Tanglewood courts are closed.
Thank you.
Do we have a board consensus on this?
I'm good with it.
Yes, I'm okay with it.
Me too.
No comment.
Fair enough, Ray, but I think you've got the direction, Tanya. We'd like to get things opened as soon as staff thinks we can handle it.
Just for a fact, who's going to make the decision then, and how will we be notified?
I'll make the decision and each of you will be notified by me.
Can we direct all of the emails we're getting then to you so we don't get them any longer?
You're certainly welcome to forward them to me.
That was a joke.
I know.
Okay. Any other petitions or communications?
No, sir.
You know, before we go forward, I've seen communications, and I'm just curious, maybe we can address them at the next meeting. There was a communication to all the board members from Cliff Wood. There was one from Mark Camp, and I don't believe we've discussed those, so maybe we should include them at the next meeting.
The discussion on Cliff Wood's letter and the overall discussion as for the election process, I just felt that was more confusing to try to do over technology, and that we should have a public meeting on that. We've kind of approved the overall on a 3-2 vote, but we haven't discussed the process by which we would have the election of the supervisors. And that seems to be a contentious issue that I think trying to get public comment technologically without being able to meet in person. So I would recommend that we hold that discussion off until we can have a real public meeting in person.
No, I agree with your thinking, Neil. I just wanted to go on the record as saying we need to discuss these. If next meeting is the best time to do it, that's fine. But they should know that we're going to hold off on discussing their emails so that they could be aware when we're going to deal with them.
That's fair enough. And the Cliffwood, I'm obviously familiar with. The Mark Camp, the email I'm familiar with is the one that we did discuss today regarding the bathrooms. Is there another issue there that Mr. Camp brought up?
Yeah, there was one he sent out a couple of weeks ago that he asked each of the, and I didn't agree with this, but he asked each of the board members to respond to either Tanya or to him. It involved Casper and a whole bunch of things. So that needs to be discussed eventually. If you don't have a copy of it, I guess I can find one and send it to you.
I will double check my emails, but if I don't have it, I'll go to Tanya for it.
Yes, sir. I have it. Thank you.
Okay, the other piece of communication that seems to be ignored is the one from Dave Halbig that references the landowner seats in our other district, which changed names, but where their landowners are using the system we once proposed, that if you had a tract of land, you got a vote. And we were given to understand that that wasn't an option, so I'm curious as to whether David has seen that communication and what his thoughts are.
I have seen that communication. I can address it in my general counsel report, or I can address it in my general counsel report today, or we can wait until we have the full discussion when we all meet together in person.
I'd like to get your opinion today.
Okay, well, if there's no other staff reports, I'm prepared to move forward with my general counsel report. If there are other staff reports, I'll wait my turn.
May I make a comment on that? David, you just received that email from me on Wednesday. Is that correct? Of this
Correct.
week?
Correct.
Okay. The original email that went out had David's incorrect email address. David Shoemaker's incorrect email address.
Okay, so have we even bothered to verify that that is the process they use?
I think we can get that in the general counsel report. So I think it's appropriate to get that from him today, but let's make sure we don't have any other staff reports to discuss.
That's fine.
I'd like to move on to golf staff reports.
So do we have somebody from golf for that?
Good morning, Supervisor. Sorry I had to get my video on there. Well, I've been trying to, keep you all up to date with everything, how our lives have changed here at the course, through revenue reports weekly. I've spoke to each of you on the phone regarding our day-to-day operations, and obviously we got rid of group play, reduced everything to foursomes. We spread the tee times out to 10 minutes. We've closed the pro shop. We operate out of the window. Extra cleaning of highly, frequently touched areas around the course, all the way to leaving flag sticks in, and we have the pool noodles in there to reduce frequently touched areas. But I did want to kind of, further update you, at least from March and April standpoint. I think I have enough data to let you see kind of how things are flowing for us, revenue wise. And I'm comparing all of these to our budget. Again, March and April numbers, and obviously April's not quite over, so it's a little bit estimated. So gross revenue lost up to this point is about $342,000. Again, that's estimated through the end of this month. Now, where we saved, so with that being said, we've saved $106,000 just on cost of goods, food and everything in the pro shop. Up to this point, we're estimating, again, through April, that we've saved about $120,000 in labor. We're estimating that we've saved a further $8,000 in other expenses. So our total savings up until this point is again estimated at around $235,000. So with that being said, that's a net loss of about 107 to plan. Again, that's estimated through the end of April. I think it would not be proper to start throwing numbers out towards the end of the year or into May, May, June, July, as we're not sure where that's going to lead us. We'll see what the governor has to say. I just wanted to reassure the board that we are looking every day of how we can still generate revenue and still control costs. So that's been basically our main focus on the day-to-day operation, is how can we maximize revenue and control costs. I guess you could say on kind of the good side of things, a big side of our business kind of in the shoulder season, like April, hotel play is a huge part of our revenue. Obviously, all that revenue we did lose, which we can't really reschedule. Hopefully those groups all return next year. It's a little early to determine that. We'll see how the market's doing and if these people can afford to take these trips. On the food and beverage side with some events, as I updated you before, we always had a big Easter buffet. Obviously, we couldn't have that as traditional, but we did do some takeout stuff, and we were able to generate some extra revenue. Obviously, nowhere near where we normally do, but we were able to still take in that revenue. Some golf tournaments, March and April and into May, have either canceled or actually we have rescheduled some tournaments. So we rescheduled the New Hope golf tournament actually for September. Hopefully that will still be able to go on at this point. It's a little premature to say, but I think it's hopeful. And we do have some regular banquets that rescheduled, some actually rescheduled into next fiscal year. So October and November. So although, we may see the downside of that this year, hopefully that will help us get off to a start when we hit the next fiscal calendar. So obviously we're doing the best we can to reschedule those things so we don't lose all the revenue for this year. But I think that's about all I have to update you. I don't know if anybody has any questions about our operation or any direction that you would like to see us go.
In regards to the restaurant, obviously you were not even coming close to covering the costs that are associated with keeping that open. I don't know what DeSantis is going to say today, but I am of the opinion that if he does not open up the restaurant, that over the weekend you should be making plans to close that restaurant. I don't see any reason why we continue to throw money down this black hole. You're not generating any sales. I came from a country club that I was at up north, had 350 members. We have a very good chef. They served 400 meals for Easter. And they have a big Mother's Day buffet generally every year. They're coming out again with this year. And I'm sure it'll exceed the 400 meals. I just don't see any kind of improvement happening. And I definitely believe that if you can't open up that restaurant to the public, then you need to shut it down. And then I think BCG needs to tell us what they're going to do to reduce their monthly cost for their services. That's my position so far. I got a few other things I want to add later.
That's a very valid point, Mr. Herrick. I do feel, obviously as a business point, I mean, that's a very good business stance to take. I do know that if we did go that route, it would be harder to reopen, and we could lose some critical staff, and that is a very tough decision to make, and it is one that we can make. Hopefully we get some good news here from the governor, and we can start to reopen and get the cash flow going again. In the meantime, we'll obviously we're going to continue to do whatever we can to generate revenue on a day-to-day basis. And I'm really hopeful we can reopen so we don't have to make that decision. But I do see your point, and it is a very valid point. So thank you.
On a more positive approach, I think I'm hopeful that Governor DeSantis is going to say restaurants can reopen. And I would encourage you, if you have not already done so, to open up the seating area in the restroom so that we can maintain required social distancing if we can reopen, so that as soon as it is all clear, we can do that. But my guess would be the best way to control that is going to be getting a notice out that we are taking reservations, and you need to have a reservation so that we can limit the occupancy at any given time. But I think I would be preparing those steps so that if we get the go ahead from Governor DeSantis to reopen, that we're ready to do so on a safe basis.
Yes, another great point. And I think, well, the good side of that, our occupancy is in excess of 300 people, and we're coming into our off season. Well, I mean, I think we've hit our off season early. I think even if we reduce to 50% capacity, we will not exceed that. Going into the off season, we will not have that many people in the building at any given time for normal a la carte dining or member groups coming in for bar service. So I think we should be able to operate even at 50% capacity. We should be able to accommodate everybody. And as a general rule of what we would see on a normal year.
Mike, let me ask you this. I assume if we can open up the restaurant, then everybody else in town can open up the restaurant. So the competition for people is going to be pretty high, I would think. So have we or you sat down with your people and come up with a plan of what Sun and Lake is going to do to get the people to come to us as opposed to going to somebody else?
Right, and the answer is yes, and we're running some programs, and I've been working with the staff here, and a lot of the folks. That's the good news is we have, a lot of different club managers around even Florida that we bounce ideas off of. They let us know what works, and we let them know what works or doesn't work for that matter. So yes, we do game plan some of that. Obviously, on any given year, and when we start to hit the off season, the competition for the restaurants in this county is always big. And I think if you were to ask any restaurants around, this county in the off season, I'm sure they're all losing money this time of year, and I'm sure they're all losing money currently. So yes, obviously, and that doesn't, even in this environment, that doesn't change kind of our game plan of trying to generate the most revenue possible and controlling our costs. So our mindset will not change going into the off season because of this. It's just going to affect how we operate. But we will always be trying to generate more revenue at any given time. So yes.
Perhaps you can share with us, you can send us an email of what you're going to try and do to entice people to come. Because quite frankly, we made the original effort. The menu that you sent up when they closed the restaurants with the specials really hasn't changed that much. If it has, it's not very noticeable. And you're going to need to do more, I would think, specials, giveaways. I'm not quite sure. I don't have the answers necessarily. But something's going to have to be done and planned prior to opening so that you can execute it and get the most the most for your buck.
Yes, agreed. I'm sorry.
The people I've talked to with one common thread, and that is that the chef is stale. It's nothing more than diner food with a limited menu. He doesn't have decent specials, in my opinion, to entice people to come. There's got to be, in my mind, a change on how you're going about the business. And you've got to do something to draw them in. And right now, you've got a diner. And it's not working, Mike. It's not working.
So in that aspect, we do have the things that set us apart from other folks and things on our menu that the public comes here to see and eat. In recently this year in January, we unleashed a totally different menu of basically what we've seen. And basically all of our loyal customers that came from out of town, we got a lot of feedback that why did we get rid of all of our key items that we sell here at Sun and Lake. Not that I disagree with you, Mr. Herrick, and I'll be working with Kevin to bring in new items, but we do have a few staples that people come for that I don't necessarily think we can move away from without a negative impact. We don't want to make changes to the restaurant that's going to make us go further backwards. Either.
I'm not asking you to get rid of those staples. There is certain things that people want. But you've got to do something to change make people want to come here. And right now, I don't believe it's there.
I think and I don't want to be going against you on that. I feel this season, the data shows that we had more people here eating a la carte than in the past. I feel that the biggest driver of us making the bottom line is banquets, and I feel that going into the future that that's going to be a struggle, at least in the short term, for how that works out with people for weddings and other large banquets that we do, of having congregations of larger groups. To be honest, that's what sets us over the top. If we're not having banquets, it is going to be a struggle to win the a la carte war. The banquet thing is one thing that sets us apart from any facility here in the county at this time, because nobody can really do what we do here as far as that revenue generation. I feel that's going to change here in the next few years with Spring Lake changing, but so we will have some more competition. But I really feel that that's the direction I really feel we need to do to make this restaurant successful, is to continue generating that revenue. Not that we will stop trying to find new ways and new menu items to generate the a la carte business, because we have that opportunity as well.
I just want to speak that I agree with Craig's original thing, that we need to, if we can't open the restaurant, we need to close it down for now. And there's other issues, but we're not making money. We just can't. And I just feel it's part of our responsibility to not keep this going on, just like not building a restaurant or restroom. I mean, we are not succeeding. I'm not saying you're not trying, but trying ain't making it. And so I agree with Craig. I mean, we need to do something to get this thing shut down, to stop the money from flowing the wrong way until we can open. And then there might be issues then too.
Yeah, it very well could be. We're not sure where the economy is going to go with this, but so we'll wait for that direction. And then I guess I'll meet with Tanya and we'll reach out to you guys and what the temperature of the room is at that time.
Quick question for Earl. Did we do any grub insecticides this year? It seems like we've got a lot of damage being done out there by the sandhill cranes and I guess probably armadillos. Can't hear you, Earl.
You're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, specifically the last couple of weeks, we've had some around turtle, more so than anywhere. Number 12 comes to mind recently this week. We have done a overall spray. It's not what we typically do. We typically do a granular over the top. We chose to go with a spray because it was a little more economical. We've changed some of the things that we typically would do in a normal year and try to do it a little bit more economical, which means then we have to go back and do some spot treatments when we have breakthroughs. So we're aware of that. Same on herbicide control. We did not do one of our spring pre-emerges because it's very costly and we were trying to start tightening everything down. So that's why you've seen the guys out doing a lot more post-emerge spraying. It takes a little longer to be effective. It's not ideally what we want to do, but we felt like near the end of February we started reducing staff and doing some things, tightening stuff down on the golf maintenance side. Sometime in March, it's been about 4 to 5 weeks ago, we basically reduced our staff almost in half. So, but to answer your original question, we're aware of some of the things we've got going on, and we're trying to manage through those as best we can, with some alterations obviously to our normal program.
Before we totally go away from the restaurant, one of the discussion items we've had about the restaurant has been, and with it being essentially closed right now, this would have been an ideal time to deal with the sound mitigation. Have we made any progress on that?
Yes, we emailed them a deposit check last week, if I'm correct on that, Omar. And as soon as they receive that, they will order the material. And we are, as soon as we're on their schedule, we'll move forward.
But at this point, we have no schedule. So about the time we reopen, they'll be ready to do the work.
Yeah, we should be able to hopefully be able to accommodate that one way or the other. They're willing to work with us as far as that goes. I'm sure, like I said, we're not going to be at 100% capacity in here. We have room in the banquet room. We'll be able to navigate through that. Hopefully, I don't know what their schedule is like. Last I spoke to the gentleman, he didn't feel like there was any delays or anything. So we should hopefully be able to get right in there and get it accomplished with minimal disruption to our operation.
Okay.
I thought we had all of this stuff approved a month and a half, 2 months ago, that we were ready to go with it. And why wouldn't we have done it during this closed period?
Yeah, we moved forward as fast as the timeline would allow us. I don't know if Omar has any comment. We did have a couple of days of back and forth with, deposits and all that. I think they had to become a vendor. They had to fill out some paperwork and get it right back to us. Omar, you can probably comment a little better on that. I thought the timeline was as fast as we could push it.
Yeah, so as soon as the last board meeting, once we got approval, we did reach out to the vendor and advise them that we were moving forward. We did get them established as a vendor on our system. We went back and forth with them for about a week on payment. They wanted full payment up front before any of the work is done. The district was opposed to doing that. We went back and forth twice until we finally came to the agreement where we would pay for the materials up front and then pay for the labor once the work was completed. So that took about a week process, but that was the only holdup throughout this whole ordeal.
That should have all been worked out prior. I mean, I happen to agree with Craig. There is no excuse. That thing should have been done, period. I get no reaction. Did you guys hear me?
Yeah, we'll get them in here as soon as we can get them in here. Absolutely.
Well, I agree with Craig. It's pretty hard to understand. I think the meeting, I'm not even sure when our last meeting was. Was it in February?
Early March.
Well, it should have been done, Mike. And I do have one other question for you, Mike, because we talked about this in one of the previous board meetings, too. When you make your presentation at the next meeting on your budget, I assume you are going to be prepared to tell us what you need to make that budget work. And if you don't have something for us, I don't think I want to entertain the budget at all. That would be my personal opinion.
Yeah, I've spent the last 4 weeks working on that budget, and obviously my assumptions are changing daily depending on how things change in the world. And I need to go back through and rechange some stuff. We spent a couple weeks really evaluating our membership. I think that's going to change now. Revenue wise, I think that's going to also change now. So I just sent my first kind of draft, to my supervisor to review. He thought he had a couple small points to change for me, but he agreed with the budget generally, but I still think I need to go back and reevaluate some of the revenue. So that way in 2 weeks, I'll give you the best first proposal I can.
I certainly hope that you're looking, this year's a wash. I understand this year you'll have to throw out the window, you can't use it. But I would assume last year should be a pretty good guideline as far as how you plan the business. I don't want to start hearing about what ifs with pandemics. If you,
Well,
I want to see a good plan that you could substantiate, and you ask us, and you tell us what you need to get it done. That's what I'm looking for.
No, absolutely. And not to go against your point of concerns with the pandemic, there's still, until we know that even that our Canadian friends can come back, or where the market is with the Canadian dollar. We've had some discussions with some of those members, and they're concerned that they may not be able to afford to be a member next year. So those are some of our concerns when it comes to finding that revenue mark. The first,
I got to tell you, I would suggest that you sit down with Tanya, because if you're going to tell us that you're not going to include Canadians because you're not sure and stuff like that, it ain't going to fly.
I'm not suggesting that. I think there will be a smaller. I think there will be a smaller. I think there will be a small contingent of folks that do not join because of this pandemic and the market. I don't anticipate it being a larger number. I think our attrition rate will be a little bit higher because of that. I think, we spoke to a lot of our 50% off members, and I think we're having a good feedback. So hopefully that'll wash out and we'll be fairly close to where we are this year. But we're going to go back and we're going to reevaluate that one more time before I present it to you.
Just from a business perspective on that, if you're going to have fewer members and fewer member play, then the offset is to have a plan for getting more outside play, which could in fact give you more revenue.
It very well could. Sometimes APRs are better on outside rounds than member rounds. Just like with this last year when membership was up, obviously outside rounds were down. I think you can see that trend very easily. So it does work very well in reverse. But again, part of the assumptions and what I'm evaluating, it's a little tougher to evaluate, is if the economy is not doing so hot. Like I said, we just had thousands of dollars in hotel rounds that are not coming this year. I'm sure they'll need to evaluate whether they can afford to come next year, which is a large portion of our revenue. Just some fine tuning to do. I don't think my budget proposal right now is too far off. I just need to clean up some things. And when the governor comes out with what he wants to come out with, that may change some of my opinions and assumptions in the budget as well. For the most part, my proposed budget is not alarming. I just need to fine tune a few things.
Yeah, I think the key to follow up with what I think Ray is saying is give us a budget based on rational belief in what's going to happen, being able to justify the numbers, both revenue and expense. And I would couple with that key challenges and risks to being able to make budget. But those are things that we need to be aware of, that you may be aware of that we haven't thought of because you're in that business. But I think the budget needs to be based on what you think you can do, and a list of key opportunities and key risks that could positively or negatively impact that budget is a worthwhile thing to include.
Will that be done on a monthly basis, your budget?
The budget proposal that's submitted through the district is a yearly budget. After that budget is approved, and Omar and Tanya, you can tell me different, then when I go back, I will break it down monthly as far as the management company is concerned. We break it down monthly after it is approved as a yearly budget. When I'm going through my assumptions, though, Mr. Herrick, I evaluate as I would through my budget for this year, month by month, what happened, where we were, and I have notes that I keep, and I think you see them too. month to month, so that when I do my big plan out, it will be a yearly line item.
Well, this is for the district also. I believe the budget needs to be done on a monthly basis so that we can track it every single month. Where are we? We know what the business is. It doesn't change. And we're down to April through September, and then we start coming up. And I think we ought to be able to understand it well enough to put that in the budget so that we know when we're failing and when we're not.
And in my years of golf budget management, I had to do it on a monthly basis to understand what I needed on an annual basis. And in many cases, it was daily because we judged our daily rounds based on sunrise and sunset, which was 100 rounds in the wintertime and 200 rounds plus in the summertime. So if you don't look at it on a monthly basis, I'm not sure how you get to a reasonable annual number.
I definitely agree with you guys, and like I said, we have our yearly budget as far as a management company. Just following, as far as the presentation goes, I am following the district guidelines of how they would like it presented.
Yeah, I'm not sure Mike is explaining it. When we submit budgets, when I submit it to my managers, whether it be Mike or whether it be my regional manager, it is in a month by month. I have notations of every single application that we do. Like it is extremely detailed, but when it's presented to in the district format, it goes to an annual. So I think what you guys are asking for is out there. It's never been presented that way. Neil, with your point, I agree. You can't build a budget, an annual budget, without going through it month by month. And in my case, application by application, how many pounds of nitrogen we're going to do on greens, it's very detailed, but I think it's extremely cumbersome from trying to do all the inputs. We give it that way to Casper, but I think somewhere in the translation from Casper to the district, it changes format, and then once it's approved, then there's a budget that comes back to us that is then broken out monthly. It's not always broken out exactly the same monthly as it was put in. I don't know why that is, which is why sometimes we trend. Like if you look at my stuff right now, it shows that we're over on some chemical line items and things like that when we're actually under, but we do early order programs. We do different things that have different dates on invoicing that's due based on the early order. We get rebates and things like that, but sometimes it's front loaded the first months of the year, so it looks negative, and then it goes positive, usually sometime around June or July. But I think the info is there, Mike, that maybe they're asking for. It may just be communicating with Tanya and Omar on how best to get it to people to look at. But
yeah, so I guess maybe the question goes to Tanya as to the budget process and how we see what we see, and is the problem with translating it between golf and the district and the board, or is the problem more with the Casper involvement because they're sending it to you annualized instead of monthly?
I don't see
The board
Daniel.
The board adopts the budget on an annual basis, and we as a district receive the monthly financials broken out from a budgetary standpoint. We also do that internally. The budget that's broken out by Billy Casper is all depending upon the time of year. So December brings a different amount of sales versus May. So I don't know. We look at it on a monthly basis. It's all broken out.
But I think what I'm hearing Craig say, and I don't disagree, is it would be helpful to the board to be able to better understand what golf's needs are and where any concerns are, so that we can provide input based on our thinking. Is it would be very helpful to see it monthly as opposed to just annually. The budget.
And also the district. I mean, there should be, there's certain things that you're expecting in the way of revenue from the pickleball and racquetball and the pool and et cetera. You know the ups and downs, and I think the whole thing should be done in a monthly basis to where we know. Now, yeah, your revenue comes in during the assessment period. So what is that? Whatever day that is, that's when you get a big load up front. But we should be able to see when we're in trouble or when we're not. And I'm not sure that it's there right now, in a way that maybe I'm just a little bit unfamiliar with budgeting, but I ran a lot of budgets in my time. So I think I know what I'm asking for is realistic.
Supervisor Herrick, we have it broken out by month. Maybe you and I can sit down here in the next couple of weeks and we'll show you. But on the budgetary process, we can show you an annual budget, but we could also show you a month-to-month breakout in a summary format. Is that something that you would be interested in seeing for the budget process?
Absolutely.
Tanya, I think all of us would. With the district.
Understood.
And Village Casper.
Understood.
Okay, so I think we've had that discussion, and that's a good thing. Earl, you kind of answered a grub question. Did you have any other general items you wanted to give us in a staff report?
Just some quick notes. Obviously, our summer programs are starting to fire up. The guys have been out doing some aerification starting this week. We'll be doing that moving forward. Obviously, it ramps up quite a bit once we get to the closings in summer. We started a little more aggressive verticutting on greens a couple of weeks ago. You can see some of that if you have played recently. We'll be doing that again on Deer next week. That'll increase again as we have gotten into some warmer weather, and now that we're getting into some rain finally. I mentioned that we did make some changes on our pre-emerge versus post-emerge herbicide programs. That was an effort at trying to reduce some costs. We will do more of that going into May. We've changed what we anticipate doing in the summer on pre-emerge with a cheaper option that still should be effective. I did want to mention obviously we did make some dramatic staffing changes, which has, changed some of the things that we do on a daily basis, or how frequently we do certain items. We've tried to, on our end, minimize it as much as we can so that it doesn't affect play or affect, what you see out there, but it is different. We'll, hopefully as the economy turns and as things open back up and change, we'll, ramp back up and try to get into what would be a more normal flow. But I do want to say on my end, as far as staff, I would like to commend my staff, the guys who have been here. They've went through quite a bit of changes, and it's changed almost weekly in some instances, and things that were normal are not normal. So they've adjusted quite a bit while also dealing with their own family issues, whether it be wives that, are out of work, or just, kids at home where typically they would be at school, and most have done it with very little complaint. They've been happy to still have a job. So I do want to, acknowledge that they've been pretty well in that. and we'll do our best to minimize, you know, what you guys see out there, moving forward. So, from my end, that's really it. We were having a little bit of an issue with our deep wells, with those not generating flow at the same rates they were. This was one of the driest springs that we've ever had in the state of Florida. March was the first time in Florida's history on record that there was no rainfall since they've recorded. So we were battling that a little bit with reduction in available water to run, but hopefully with the last few days, especially today, typically summers are not an issue, so I don't see that being a problem that persists, but it was something that we were dealing with the last month and a half. So
It's still raining, right?
that's really all I have.
Okay,
I do have a question, if I can, for Earl and Mike. You know what, guys, I got to tell you, the course, you know, I'm talking about the two courses now. I think the fairways, most guys would agree that the fairways and the greens have come out of the winter probably in the best shape they ever have. I don't think anybody disputes that. My challenge to you guys would be outside of the tee boxes, which I believe you know, but when you go outside of the fairway now, on both courses, you're basically playing on dirt. And we never had this before. And it almost appears to me like we've done the fairways and then we stopped. We didn't go outside the fairways. And this is just my personal opinion, and this is how it kind of looks and how it kind of plays. Unfortunately, I don't hit the fairways that much. So I've seen a lot of the outside the fairway thing where all the dirt is. And I seem to be playing a lot off of dirt. And I just want you guys to include in your presentation when you do the budgets next time, a plan on, if you agree, a plan on how you're going to fix that. And if you don't agree, I'd like to know why. That's a conversation for next time. I just wanted to, while I had you, to bring it up so you know I'll be looking for that next time.
okay. Any other comments from the board? Okay. Any other staff reports?
Can you? Me? Am I on or?
Do you have anything, Mike?
Yeah, I just want to go real quick. We've had the speed limit sign we've put out 20 times on 20 different streets. We put it out daily. It seems to be helping the speed. People come down the street and see it, so that's working. We've put it on 20 different streets so far, and we usually put it out daily. We had 444 watch orders in the month of March. We had 131 code enforcement violations that we sent out. We finished up moving the shed over by the restaurant and finished up the storage, so it's pretty well done except for sod, and Earl and I are going to work on the sod together. Earl landscaped the back of the building. I don't know if anyone noticed, but the back of the clubhouse, he did a really good job on landscaping, and it blended everything in, so that was good. The hog fence was supposed to be done today. Obviously, the rain's going to slow them down a little, but it'll be done Monday. I was out there. I go out there almost daily. A couple of supervisors have gone out with me. And if the other 2 or 3 want to go back out, I'll take them out and show them what they've done. They did a real good job. It should eliminate the hogs on the backyards of the area we put it in. Pretty much that's it. Any questions?
Yeah.
How about the Matanzas situation?
What?
The Matanzas update.
The lift station, they did the startup yesterday. I'm sorry, Ray. The generator's in. They did the startup yesterday. It went very well. I had Israel out there with them the whole time. So we should be going in, the permits through the state. I talked to Greg this morning actually, and they'll be submitting the permits for the final permits, on Monday or Tuesday. So he said it should be, going sometime within a week or two. We have to do some sod work, the fence. I've met with the residents out there. Everybody's on board of what we're doing finally. And I'm very happy with the work that the contractor did. The only thing we have to do is the sod now. And Tanya and I went out there the other day, and they were actually finishing up some electrical. They did put a new generator out there, which the generator is, the people that live in the area should be very happy because it's a very, with the new technologies and stuff, it's very quiet compared to the old one. The old one, when it started, it sounded like a freight train going through your living room. Now you could stand there and actually talk. So that's all set too. So we're actually doing very well with that. All the projects that we've been doing, I'm very happy with.
I got one other question. Has anything come with that speed zone piece of equipment that we bought?
Yeah, that was the speed sign. The speed limit sign. We put it out in 20 different areas.
Have we gotten
20 different roads. We put it out daily.
Have we gotten any meaningful data from it?
No, there's no data that comes from it except for people slowing down. It was the other one that we wanted to order and right?
I think it's going to turn it on, but I don't know if we set it up yet.
Yeah, no, we haven't had anything from it. But I know it's working, I'll tell you that. Oh.
I'm confused. I thought this thing was going to tell us if we have a traffic problem.
It was supposed to give us information as to what the speeds were.
What? I'm sorry, what, Neil?
Drew, can Drew speak, please?
Yeah, he's right here.
Okay.
I believe it probably hasn't been set up yet to collect the data or turned on. I know it should function because that's one of the reasons we had a delay in getting it. It's a traffic computer. I'm not fully up to speed on why we haven't been downloading it, but we'll have to look into that and see if we can get the data from it.
All right, let me ask you this. The machine is supposed to, record or capture information pertaining to this is a good spot, this is a bad spot. Is that not correct?
It's just recording data, like car counting and how fast they're going is what it can do. And that feedback from that is going to tell us whether or not, there's a bunch of people speeding, or no, they're just driving how they should.
You're breaking up on my side, so I didn't really hear the answer. But we can talk about it later. But surely we didn't just waste money and buy this thing. It's going to do nothing except look pretty on the streets.
Well, it's not looking pretty. It's working. I mean, people are actually coming through and realizing they're, it reads your speed, and it's actually working now. Now the data we haven't recorded anything on it, but we do put it out daily.
Well, you're moving it around and putting it out daily, and you're accomplishing absolutely nothing.
What we're saying is what we're accomplishing is people are slowing down.
Right.
However, the machine has the ability to track data, and for whatever reason, we haven't set it up to do that data collection, so we don't know whether it's being put in areas where there's a lot of speeding going on. We just can't get that addressed.
We have to set the data up now. Yes. All right.
Wait, I beg to differ. If you're not seeing any recorded information, you have no idea what's going on there because you're not sitting there and watching the traffic.
Well, I'm also getting complaints from the residents saying, not complaints, they're saying, I didn't realize it was going that fast. And they are slowing down. You can see them. On Edgewater, a woman even said to me, says, how often are we going to get this there? I said, we're going to move it around. And she said, well, people slow down when they see the sign. So there's my,
I'll just leave you with this. That's not how you sold us this. You told us that we're going to capture information, be able to determine whether we're going to put speed bumps down or not in the high trafficked areas, and we're going to move it to where we need to move it. That's how the project was sold to us, and obviously that was a bunch of misinformation.
Yeah. Okay. All right, next meeting I'll have the data from it, from the areas we put it at. Right now, we did 20 areas, you know, and the reason why we put it in the certain areas, Ray, is these are the areas that people have complained, you know, so we're trying to, you know, so.
We'll get it set up.
We'll get it set up, and I'll be able to give y'all the data.
Good. The data is what we need. So thank you, Mike.
Okay. All right. And I'll take the hit on that because we put it out. I tell the guys to go out every day and leave it out until 3 or 4 in the afternoon. And I have had good feedback on it, but it was from residents only, not through the machine. Okay?
Before we leave the hog issue,
Mhm.
Dave, the county was looking into these third-party groups that come in and call out, well, for lack of a better word, kill them with guns and stuff. Do we know is that something that we can do?
No, I believe so.
I'll get a follow-up on that, Mr. Herrick. I'll get a follow-up.
Tanya, okay.
No. Well, Mr. Herrick, I'll get a follow-up for you.
Okay, thank you.
Hmm?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Any other staff reports?
Done? That's it.
Okay. So we'll go to the general counsel report.
Okay, I don't know if you can see me yet, but I do briefly in the litigation and foreclosure report. In the Castro matter, we got 2 favorable rulings from the court. The court denied the defendant's request for attorney's fees and additionally granted our motion for a modification to the judgment in the prior matter. So that will significantly help the current foreclosure in that matter. However, of course, the defendant's counsel has filed an appeal. So that'll be going up to the 2nd DCA, and we've contracted with, or had Scott Lacconi is going to be, who's the one handling the current matter, is also going to be handling that appeal. I'm assuming everybody got the proposed revisions for the 5 popular seat documentation that I sent before after the last board meeting, along with the voting matrix. Did everybody get that?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
So if I understand correctly, we're going to kind of hold off on having that big discussion until the next board meeting. If you want me to address a couple of the issues that were raised by Mr. Halbig, I think one of the issues that people aren't understanding is with going on with Spring Lake, they vote one lot, one vote. That's not exactly the same thing that we talked about. We were talking about what's known as one parcel, one vote. I do think it's possible that we could potentially go to a one lot, one vote. However, the one lot, one vote would be based on how the district was originally platted. And so Tanglewood was not originally platted as a, giant single plat. It was platted into individual lots. And my guess is that the land where Florida Hospital sits was under the same situation. And so we would have to calculate those lots, and they'd be entitled to vote all the lots that they sit on. So, kind of a little bit of a, not exactly the same thing. And also, I seriously doubt that the Spring Lake area has giant landowners, where stuff is owned by corporations. There's probably a bunch of individual owners, or maybe, some owners may own multiple lots. But I doubt there's any sort of situation like we have here in the district.
Before you go on from that, this is a good time to add in that we see a public comment from Mr. Wood, who didn't log in until noon. He didn't see the earlier discussion. And just to clarify that we believe that the voting process is an important one to discuss, and so important that trying to do it over the limitations of technology is not a good thing, and we will address it again when we can have real public meetings with face-to-face comments. And the key factor at least in my mind on that, is that it was clear we weren't going to be able to have any immediate impact on the election, that the two seats that are coming up for vote in November will still come up for a vote in November, and nothing other is going to be affected by any measure we take immediately. Therefore, putting this off until we can have real public discussion is a valid reason to not rush this through on a technology limitation. So I appreciate your feedback on Mr. Halbig. I think we need to follow up with that with more discussion again when we can bring this up at a board meeting where we can have real people and be together.
Agreed, absolutely. So with that being said, I'm happy to entertain any questions that anybody may have regarding what's currently out there, or we can, like I say, if we want to hold off and do it all at the first available meeting where we can all get together, I'm happy to do that.
I'm good with holding off.
I'm okay with holding off.
Yeah, I think we've got a consensus that holding off makes more sense.
Okay, well, with that being said, unless there's any other questions, that's all I have.
Okay, the general manager's report.
Supervisors, I just want to be sure you received David's email on the Lewis, Longman, Walker opinion, and McDermott Davis, our external auditors. We did receive good news on that, and our financial statements will be issued for September 30th, 2019, without the Fifth Third Bank liability on the balance sheet.
Well done.
Yeah, that is good news. Thank you.
You're welcome. Very quickly, I do want to mention, as part of our reopening here at the district, and talking through, we're waiting on the governor and some other things, but we have our dog park, our racquet club, our playgrounds and pavilion areas, our front office, our pool, summer camps. We are waiting on some information from the governor on that. Community center, fitness center, and of course our restaurant. So we're very patiently waiting on a decision from the state of Florida. As soon as I have a plan in place, I'll reach out to each of you first, and we'll probably have to take it in phases. I can see the dog park and the racquet club and possibly our playgrounds opening as part of our first phase until we know more about social distancing and what the governor is going to require on bigger events. That the fitness center is small. I mean, I'm not even if the fitness center was part of a phase 1 plan, I'm not recommending to open that just yet. I think the capacity is 10 or 11. Omar or anybody, I don't know. But anyway, that's part of the district. We've talked about this internally, and as soon as I have some information for you, I'll pass it along. Something else to think about, I've had multiple requests on membership extensions. I won't entertain that myself. I'll bring that to the board as an option. So people are looking to us to extend their memberships for the pool and the racket and the fitness. One thing I do want to mention is that here in our front office, we're going to be installing some plexiglass in the front lobby area and also at the pool area to protect our customer service staff. So that is going to be a change that you'll see in our front office. And that's all I have.
Okay, and I guess further to your comment on the fitness center, even though the occupancy is only 10, if you had 10 people in there, they'd have a hard time maintaining social distancing. So I think keeping that closed for now makes sense.
And let's see what the governor, I'm expecting that the fitness centers will reopen here in the county as part of the phase 1 plan of the state, but as soon as I have a time to review that information, as soon as we receive it, I'll let you know.
I think they may open up the fitness centers, but there's going to be that 6-foot rule, and that would make ours very difficult.
Exactly. Yeah, that's my point.
Okay.
What exactly, go back to this membership extension that you're asking about. Do we have to make a decision on this, or what is that all about?
Well, I have received requests on people looking, are we going to extend their memberships because we have been closed down? I don't have the answer for that right now. Just something for the board to be thinking about, because we will receive requests, and if I see appropriate, we'll have a resolution for it in the future. But right now, I can't answer those questions without any board approval.
Especially since at this point, we don't even know how long a period we're looking at.
Exactly.
So this was just an FYI for down the road?
Yes, sir. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, any unfinished business?
None?
Any new business?
None?
Any committee?
Wait a minute. Well, I don't know where this needs to go, but I want to discuss golf management groups. Is this new business or?
That would be in board to board.
Thank
Okay, any new business, Tanya?
None?
Committee reports?
None?
Public comments. We've had a few come through. I think I addressed the one from Cliff. I'm not sure what else I've maybe missed here.
There is a comment from Yavita McKinney. Please reconsider and have 4 in or 2 at a time working out, or maybe have family members work out solely. And we've also opened the floor to the public, asking if they want to make some final public comments, but we haven't received a response yet.
Going back, I see a public comment from Yvette McKinney. Did you apply for the stimulus grant from the government? The Chamber of Commerce has the information. I'm not sure what that stimulus grant is, or if we're...
We did not. We are not an entity that is capable of applying for that. We are a government. That's for the small businesses here in the state.
Rita McKinney sends her best regards, saying we're doing a good job.
Okay, any last thoughts on public comment? Okay, let's move on to board, and if we get any public comments, staff can advise us of those as we go. So, Craig, I know you had something you wanted to put in here.
Yes, I believe it's incumbent upon us to go out to other golf management groups and ask them for quotes. And if that means giving BCG a 6-month notice, so be it. I just think it's imperative that we find out, are we getting a good deal for our money? BCG is more, they can bid too. But I think it's time to go out and find out what's available out there to us. I'm not suggesting that BCG, I think there's some things that they're doing right. Obviously, I think there's some things that they're doing wrong. I want to see what else is available out there. That's my opinion.
Any other board comments?
Well, I'll chime in. I think with BCG, I'm not happy with them either. But they have a new regional, they've got a new general manager here at the club. I think I would like to see us sit down with their management. I've only been asking this for about a year and a half or whatever. Sit down with their management and express our displeasures and put them on warning that if they don't make improvements as we think they should, then we will have to terminate their services. But I think we've never really said to them, we're not happy and something's got to change. And I think we owe it to them, because we do have a relationship, to at least express what we would like to see happen here. And again, if they can't deliver then, I would support Craig 100%. We go outside, get somebody else.
I'm not
I would
necessarily
agree
saying
with Craig. Craig, I would agree with Craig and Ray that we need to look at other alternatives. And I don't mind meeting with Billy Casper first, but I know myself, I've met with them several times, the vice president, so on and so forth, and I think if it's just one or two of us saying it, we're not going to get any response. But if there's 3 or 4 of us or 5 of us that say we want to sit down and have a conversation, we need to do that, because they need to know that some things we're not happy about. That's all I have to say.
I mean, I agree with you, Mike. I think the thing that I'm also concerned about is I think the contract's a terrible contract that we agreed to. I don't understand how there is no, they have no responsibility financially for their performance. I've never heard of an agreement where you make an agreement with a party and there's no way to grade their performance other than Ray doesn't like them, Mike likes them, Craig, just met them. I mean, I think we have to redo the contract so that they have a responsibility and spell out what that is, be it both financially and be it standards that we want to see them set on the golf course and in the clubhouse. We kind of walked away from that years ago. I think maybe we should revisit that.
I think it might be very valid for the public and supervisors included in the public to address any concerns with Billy Casper procedures in written letters to Tanya, and then we can call a workshop and get those concerns addressed to Billy Casper in advance of the workshop, and have a workshop with the Billy Casper team to address the concerns and what we can do. I know one of the challenges in holding their feet to the fire financially is we put a lot of restrictions on them as far as the operation goes. So it's a balancing act there, but I think we're right in addressing that with them and getting their response and feedback. So that would be my suggestion, is that maybe we look at doing a workshop, but prior to that workshop, get as much public feedback as we can to address those concerns up front with Billy Casper so that we can have a meaningful workshop.
Well, I get a lot of feedback. I don't know about you or the rest of the board members, but I constantly get feedback from the public.
Okay, but if we can get that in writing so that we can get it to Billy Casper, so that when we have a workshop with them, we get everything on the table, it'll put us in a better position to evaluate what the next steps are, whether it's improve the situation with Billy Casper or find a replacement.
When I say put them on notice, by putting them on notice doesn't necessarily mean that they won't be granted the new contract. I'm just saying it's a 6-month thing, from what I understand. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, that we have to give them 6-month notice. Okay, if it's 6 months notice, during this period of time, we can also be getting quotes in, and if their quotes and what they say they can do for us is the right thing, then BCG continues with the contract. But if it isn't right, then we have the ability to say, well, effective on this day, then this other group's going to come in and take care of things for us.
I need to interject one little point there. If we do give them 6 months notice, it's 6 months notice of cancellation of the contract. Once a contract is canceled, if we put it out for bid, we would not be obviously moving forward with this same contract. If Billy Casper is the low bidder, it would be a new contract. So just wanted to make that point that we don't, if Billy Casper, if their contract is canceled, we put it out for bid and Billy Casper is the low bidder, we don't continue on with this contract. It's a whole new contract.
David, do we have the ability to change the current contract?
Absolutely. There is, and in fact, one of the clauses that I was reviewing is what's known as a force majeure clause, which, deals with acts of God. And, unfortunately, one of the conditions of that clause is that there be, if part of the club be shut down it has to be a year or more. So we're not shut down for a year or more, but one of the sub clauses of that provision requires BCG and the district to use their mutual best efforts to agree on an amendment to the budgeting process. And I think that's when, this is actually an opportune time, because as the call financials earlier today revealed, there's going to be a significant shortfall in revenues, which means that the golf club could be looking for for help from the district to shore up its financials. Now that part of the district's budget, includes what I would say is a maximum amount that the district has budgeted to contribute. And so I think that this event has triggered that clause, and the mutual best efforts of both the district and Billy Casper are going to be required in order to make amendments to decide how we're going to shore up the financials of the golf operation.
From your reading of the contract, David, is there anything in the contract that would prohibit us from going out to get other bids while we're in the contract?
Absolutely not. Not that I'm aware of. So now, as far as, I don't know that we would want to go so far as doing a formal bidding process, unless that bidding process, informed everyone that we are currently under a contract, and that any bid that we would receive may have to be pushed back for 6 months, so that we could, should Billy Casper not be the low bidder, we would have to make sure that the bids that we received would give us the 6-month time frame to cancel the contract with Billy Casper. So, but I think the best thing to do is to move forward with mutual best efforts to try and get everything figured out. If we can't, if the district can't work with Billy Casper and mutually decide on how to best move forward, then I think that the best thing to do would be to move forward with canceling the contract and putting it out for bid.
My concern would be, as a government entity, I don't think we can go out for bid anything other than formal, can we?
I'm sorry?
As a government entity, anytime we went out for bid, it would almost have to be a formal process by definition of the way we.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think what I was kind of suggesting is that we reach out and say, hey, who else is out there, and that could potentially do it. And if they can potentially do it, are they interested? We don't want to start, bid processes are not cheap, and we don't want to, to cancel our current contract and go through an expensive bid process if we're only going to get, one bidder.
Understood. So are we then kind of in agreement that we should have a workshop with Billy Casper to go through this and encourage written public comment in advance of that?
Well, I think you're looking, if you take that route, at 2 workshops. I mean, one would be between Sun and Lake, with hearing from what the people have to say and what we have to say. And then from that, then the next workshop would be with the Billy Casper management to kind of tell them what we want and see if they can live with it. If they tell us they can't, then it's the end of the discussion.
You don't think that the comments from public and board can be combined?
No, because I don't know what we want to do. Each of us probably have different ideas as well.
I think I agree with Ray that we have to have a meeting knowing, and even with the public, to find out what all, what are they satisfied with, what aren't they satisfied with, and have a game plan in our mind before we meet with their management team.
Absolutely.
Okay, should we try to schedule that before we can resolve the virtual shutdown that we have now, or should we schedule that as soon as we know we can have regular meetings with public involvement?
I mean, we're not really in a hurry to make a change, I don't think. So I would rather think that it'd be right to do it with the public and come to the meeting and we can see each other. That to me is where we should air our concerns. To try and do it under this format like we're doing today, I think would not be a good idea.
I agree with Ray on that.
I agree as well. So I think that the concern is valid and we need to address it, and we need to schedule something as soon as feasible once we get through this shutdown.
Understood.
Any other issues from the
Yeah, I got a couple of things. The next meeting, does this, I think you told me, Tanya, we could have had our meeting this time over in our building, but we'd have to separate a little more. Was that true? Can we have a meeting where we can just separate and having the public just separate 6 feet apart?
Well, currently it stands that there's no public gatherings more than 10. So yes, you can have a board meeting physically. Will all of you be able to participate in that meeting? Not necessarily, due to, your own reasons or health concerns. So we could have a meeting together, or we could have a meeting where some are there physically and some are on the phone. We would have to probably amend a resolution where it says there is no phone conferencing if we end up doing something like that. So yes, you can have a meeting, but currently under the state guidelines, it's only limited to 10 people in a particular area. So we would still have some challenges with the public comment side. So yes, the next meeting can be together, but I'm hoping that there'll be some, if there's going to be any restrictions lifted off of that, we'll know through the governor's office.
Okay, could you do for a favor to me is, once you decide what you want to do, could you ask the supervisors what they want to do and what's possible and what's not possible?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
I'll advise each of you on that. Yes, sir.
And just, I don't mind whatever the majority of the board want to do, but I'd like the board to be able to make that decision, so. And I'm assuming, I never did get an answer on, are we going to keep the restaurant open, or is that, what did we decide?
We're waiting for some guidance from the governor, because right now restaurants are closed by state order.
Well, I meant, for the carryout. That's we're in a sense closed. And we're not making any money at all by doing what we're doing. And I didn't hear a conclusion, or are we going to just keep doing what we're doing? I don't expect them to open up the restaurants, but I'm concerned about us keep losing money in what we're doing. That's my concern. And again, I'll do what the majority of you want, but it seems to me like it's pretty wasteful what we're doing.
I think the discussion was You and Craig felt that the governor wasn't going to open the restaurants. I'm of the opinion that he will with social distancing. And until he makes the decision, we don't know whether we're going to close or not. But if he decides to keep the restaurants closed, I think Mike got a clear message, and it'll be a staff decision based on what we've said for everything else. But I think it doesn't make sense to continue losing money if we can't open the restaurant. So I think it probably will be closed, but staff will make that decision once we get some guidance from the governor.
I mean, ask Mike, is Mike still on the phone? Not Gilpin, Mike Lemire? I mean, how much are we actually losing a week? He should have that number.
Hey guys, can you hear me? I'd send you that information on a week-to-week basis of revenues and expenses. Now, I just want you to bear in mind that we do, if we were to close and then we would turn around, 3 weeks later or 4 weeks later to reopen, you're probably going to end up losing more money by closing than staying open, because you got to bear in mind that we have inventory, and if we close, we're going to lose thousands of dollars of inventory. I'm not sure I could get you that number of exactly what we have on hand right now, but a lot of that stuff might spoil if we don't work through it. So closing, although it seems like it might save more money, and maybe it could. I haven't looked at that yet, but if we get some mandates from the governor that we will not open this restaurant in any capacity, I will find you those numbers of what it may cost to close. And then, if we were to reopen 3 weeks later, it may not be in our best interest to close for 3 weeks. If we were to close, it would probably be, you might as well just close for the summer. Because generally, if you look at the financials from years prior, the restaurant doesn't make money in the off season anyway. And I mean, frankly, neither does golf. So, if we're in the interest of not losing money, then it's almost, why are we open anyway on a yearly basis?
Well, Mike, that sounds good, and if that's what you recommend, I would do that. And I wouldn't expect you to close if you have 2 weeks worth or a week's worth of stuff without just throwing it away. But there has to be a plan. I mean, and do it responsible. But and if it's closing down for the summer and us just opening up the bar, once the governor opens that, I mean, you gotta tell us what you recommend, and then we'll decide. But it's just something I want you to think about. Okay.
Correct. And also, obviously, I would do that. And as soon as we get some direction as where we're going to go, we'll do that to begin with. But also, with the idea of revenue, I mean, you got to remember of all the other facilities on our property that lose money, and they're considered an amenity to this community. I mean, I think you got to keep the taxpayers in mind before you close down one of their amenities as well. So I don't know if that would need some public comment for closing. I did see one in there, public comment, that says do not close our restaurant. I don't know if you saw that or not, but there's
I did.
some other viewpoints other than just money. There's obviously always that business side of it, but I don't know, depending on how bad that is or what we do or do not want to do. I think there's more factors than just dollars and cents. But I will reach out to you as soon as we hear what the guidelines are. And there, I see a public comment in there, and the answer is yes, you can come up through the underpass for delivery.
Yeah.
How many takeouts are you?
Go ahead, Craig. Go ahead.
How many takeouts are you averaging, let's say, daily?
Our daily average has been over $500 worth of revenue. Yesterday we did like $590 worth of revenue in the restaurant. We're averaging about right around 2 deliveries. So we are delivering, and there was another question about that. You can call, we do deliver inside of Sun Lake, but we're averaging about 2 of those a day. Obviously the quantity, it depends on what people order as far as quantities of entrees, but the revenue number itself is Been averaging, mid 500s to 600-ish a day.
Okay, my
Got it, right?
recommendation to kind of bring this to a head for now is that we aren't going to know what decision to make until we hear from the governor. If he's got inventory that we're okay with him kind of getting rid of before he closes down, if we need to completely close it down, if that makes sense. So let's kind of leave it as if the governor does not reopen the restaurants when we come back for the May 6th meeting, May 8th meeting, sorry, that Mike should be ready to discuss the merits of closing or not.
Correct. Agreed.
Okay,
Ray, we can't hear you. I can see your lips moving, but we can't hear you. Still can't hear you, Ray. Ray, you're muted.
How's that?
Now we can hear you.
All
gotcha.
right, well, I'm asking this on behalf of somebody else. He's concerned. This is somebody who called me actually this morning. Did we do anything with our email list? Because he's claiming that where he used to get emails, now he is not getting emails. This actually is two people. So I guess this question is for Tanya, or I don't know if it's for Omar. Have we adjusted our email list when we do a blast, or if somebody's not getting the emails, what do I need to tell them so we can get on the list?
I can answer that question.
Go ahead.
There hasn't been any changes to the list. Now, I do know that if someone's email bounces back more than 3 times, they are automatically removed from the list, and it could also be an accidental unsubscribe. So then, if that happens, they will need to resubscribe.
Does that mean what do they have to do to do that?
You can have them email me, and I'll add them to the list manually.
Thank you.
Ray, just for the record on that, that is the same answer I would give as far as our email database. If you're not receiving our club updates, same thing. Most of the issues with that is they unsubscribe, whether knowingly or not knowingly. That tends to be the issue, but they can actually email me the same thing, and we'll get them back in there.
Thank you.
Any other board discussion?
One more item. The I think it's July 24th meeting. I am going to be out of town, and that's during this budget process, and I really would like to be there, but I can't. Would it be feasible to move that to the first Friday in August?
From my perspective, my travel plans have changed this year. I was going to be gone and miss a meeting in May. But I don't, any time of year we may have an issue when things open up as far as travel. I've got to get up to Michigan to see my mother who's in lockdown in a living facility. So I don't even know when that's going to happen yet. So I'm hesitant to move a meeting, but I'm willing to look at it from the other perspective of the other board members as well.
Okay.
I will be gone the first week of August.
Forget it.
Anyone else? Any other issues? Discussion? Okay, we've got one more big item. We're going to move from the board meeting to the workshop. I guess we've had some public comments come in as we went. I'm not sure if there's anything here we need to address. Chrissy, can you give us a quick brief?
No, you did, or Mike Lemire touched on the public comment that came in. I think the only one was regarding a DoorDash connection for us to widen our customer base. But everything else you touch base on.
Okay, I did see one earlier that was about the fitness center and whether or not we could do a sign up or whatnot. Again, I would defer to staff, but I think that the issue is even with the sign up, how we control it, because we don't have staff standing by at the fitness center. I think it's still a challenge. Okay, seeing no other comments from the public or the board, let's do the workshop on the 5-year capital plan, which I think is going to be a challenge remotely like this as well. But Tanya, I turn it to you.
I'd like to start off the budget workshop with golf, so that's Mike Lemire and Earl. And this is only for, Omar, you want to chime in? This is for capital discussion, so that when we prepare our budgets next month, we'll have more of an idea from the board in the direction that we're going to head as far as capital.
Yeah, so before we start, I just wanted to go over the 2 summary pages that we provided, and then we get into golf. Obviously,
sorry to interrupt, Omar, but Tanya, do you want me to hang around for this, or do you need me?
I don't need you, David. Thank you.
So these 2 summary sheets we prepared, the first one being where we started off as of the current year's budget, which does not include year 25 in there. Just wanted to show where the board, all the items that they approved and where we fell as far as reserves. This year's current budget, we were planning on 1.259 total capital expenditures with a reserve requirement needed of $218,500. And for year 21, we were expecting to go into the reserves for about $270,000 based on the capital allowance of about $1 million, what usually we have available for capital between all 3 funds. The second page is what we're proposing. We've made some alterations for board to review, just based off, economic conditions, things that transpired. First thing I wanted to highlight was in the current year. Initially, we were budgeted to go into reserve about $218,000. We are now at a point where we're going into reserves $837,960 on budget. For year 21, it's actually gone better, so we're only proposing $38,000 into reserves, which is pretty close to being balanced. And I wanted to highlight for golf, it's $404,000 being requested. Utility funds requesting $392,000. And the general fund is requesting $282,500 for a total of $1,078,500. Is there any questions on the summary or the reserve projections?
Just to confirm that the $864,000 that you now have in the golf fund capital is not necessarily capital projects, it's deficit from lost revenue?
No, that is all capital project only. That is not loss of revenue. So that includes the $438,000 that we had budgeted, as well as the kitchen carryover, which was not completed in fiscal year 19.
So we went from 380 to 864?
Correct, through budget amendments and carryovers.
Impressive.
Utility fund went from 510 to 645,000. That was cause of the Matanzas budget amendment that we prepared as well. That was board approved.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, then this 837 excess into capital, we're going to be tapping reserves even more than that because our revenues are going to be down this year?
So this is only based on budget. I have gone and done some preliminary forecasting based on actuals, and I am forecasting somewhere in the deficit of $750,000 based on an estimation that the golf fund will need $400,000 in subsidy in comparison to the 220, I want to say it was 222,500 where we started the year. So it's about $180,000 loss that I've included in my projection. So this is going to be a pretty accurate forecast for year-end reserve.
Okay, so based on what you're saying now, I'm hearing that 864 does include some of the offset for lost revenue.
The 864 does it, the 837,960 does. Completely separate numbers. I'm just saying that this number, this deficit number, is solely based on budget. Those are just budgeted projects for 864, 460. But I've gone ahead and made actual projections, which are pretty close in line. I'll have to go back and revise my projections to take out the turtle and restrooms, which I had assumed was going to be included. We're still on the same page, or do you want me to go back? Do you want me to go back and show you a reconciliation of how we get to the 864, 460?
At some point, I'll want to see that, but I'm not sure that it's essential at this point. You've kind of explained where that comes from. I'm not clear on the reduction in reserves.
Okay.
I think you can move on.
So if there's no other questions on the summary or the reserve balances, I'm just going to go ahead and pass it over to Golf, and then they can go ahead and proceed and explain line item by line item the changes and the new items that are included. Hopefully on the original pages you can see everything that we've marked in this bluish or purplish color means that it's changed. So initially the golf carts were budgeted at 80,000. On the proposed you're going to see 85. So once again, we wanted to denote for the board things that have changed or recommendations that have changed.
Can we go back to that first page again, please, Omar?
Yes.
Yeah, you're covered. I think we have to look at this and look at 2021 especially and decide if that type of number is acceptable. I mean, that number that we're in the whole 38,000, if we were to approve everything, that includes $100 and some odd thousand, $50,000 worth of utility increases that we passed on to everybody this year. So we're actually, if we didn't have that utility increase, we'd be somewhere around $180,000, $190,000 in the hole. Plus, it doesn't even consider the fact that the golf is probably going to ask for another $200 and some odd thousand because they never get to their revenues and their expenses don't match. So I think in my mind that we have to have capital, that 1,000 or 1,078,000 should probably be reduced to somewhere around 600,000 or 700,000 between all three funds and balance a budget for the first time since I've been here. I think balance it or even make some money would be something that we should be looking at to achieve. We just can't continue to go in the hole. As you can see, the end results of going in the hole not very good. So I think everybody should keep that in mind. That's the numbers I'm looking at, and those are the numbers I'm going to try and get us to, but that's just my opinion.
Ray, and I agree with you on that assumption. I would suggest we could at least go through that 2021, what we have proposed for capital. And, a lot of these proposals came out obviously before we knew where we were going to be at fiscally this year. And then just figure out what our wants and what our needs are. Because some of our capital things are, I really feel we have to have, or need to do. And some things we could move back or whatever, and that would be your decision. But if you want to go through some of these line items, maybe we can understand which things are which.
I think we have to go through it line by line, and it's not just the golf fund that I think we have to look at closely, it's all three funds. Because I think all of them have to be examined and evaluated.
Okay, well, if you want to start off with our first line item, the golf course equipment, that's an ongoing lease, so obviously that's not changing until 2022. I don't know if there's any questions on that.
Mike, the piece of paper that I have a different piece of paper than you have. My piece of paper that was sent to me has Deer Run improvements. Is that not going forward, or is that going forward?
I think it's. I'm looking at the same one that's on the screen here.
We're looking at the golf fund summary, Ray.
So the Deer Run improvements have been taken out?
No, that's incorrect.
When we get to golf course improvements, it'll be right here on page 15 of your book. We'll get to that. That's going to be the third item to discuss. So the numbers all here are the corresponding numbers on the left are the page numbers that you can turn to find the detailed worksheets for each item.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about this year. This year there is some $32,500 still open for Deer Run aqua tees. Is that not correct?
Correct.
So I think that becomes a conversation because we haven't spent that money yet.
Well, the discussion that we've had with the Deer Run aqua tees internally has been similar to as like you guys decided on the restrooms. And I believe we feel that it's not a huge need right now for us. So if we wanted to move that project, I feel that we were comfortable with doing that. And Earl can chime in too if he'd like.
Yeah, discussions we've had internally is that was based on a normal operation, and with my current staffing levels, that was a project that we had pulled in-house from a bid standpoint because it wasn't close numbers-wise. Right now, staffing level, there's no way I can do a project in-house of that nature. Even if we said, sure, we want to move forward at the current staffing levels, I can't do that.
Okay, so out of the $864,000 that's on this proposed sheet, you're talking about we've taken the bathroom out, which is $60,000, and we've taken the aqua tees out, which I believe was $32,500. So that number comes down by about $92,000, correct?
Correct. Also, in the Turtle Run restroom resolution, we included a budget amendment if approved, but the budget amendment was for the removal of the district office town hall renovation, which was $35,000. We feel like at this point we should not be moving forward with that, so that's something else that we would recommend going ahead and removing from the budget this year as well. So that's another $35,000.
Excellent. Okay, so I assume for the next meeting we'll have revised numbers, correct?
Yes.
Okay, Mike, go ahead with the next year.
All right, so equipment replacement, the golf maintenance equipment is an ongoing lease, so that number is not changing for 2021. The 100 golf cart lease fleet, that will be up this coming year. And I just wanted to start off. The reason why that number is up to 85 is I've been trying to do as much homework as I could on lithium batteries for golf carts. So the lease will, if we do decide to do that, obviously I think we're going to go out for bid for both traditional lead acid batteries, but also look into lithium batteries. And I'll go through a couple pros for that. The con obviously is the lease will cost more per cart for lithium batteries. It is more expensive. However, the upside of that is, and I got some data from EasyGo from some other clubs that went lithium, and they're seeing like a 20 to 30% reduction in charging costs. So their electric costs are going down 20 to 30%. The golf carts themselves are actually lighter, so considerably lighter. So that helps on golf course wear and tear. And at the end, when we go to trade the golf carts in, they actually retain their value better than the lead acid batteries. So, as we get the proposals, we'll dig in a lot deeper to see where we come out in the end. So although it might be more upfront to lease them, it might be financially beneficial on the long run to go with the lithium batteries.
I know of one guy that has the lithium battery in his cart, and he had an overspeed motor, let's put it that way. He could go faster with this particular motor, but it would drag that battery down so badly that he was lucky to get around it. They ended up having to go back and put down into a lower motor that wouldn't let the cart run as fast. I don't know if you heard about that.
The lithium batteries, EasyGo's been kind of the leader in the forefront of lithium batteries. Now, obviously, our carts aren't going to be souped up to go around the golf course at, 25, 30 miles an hour. We keep ours to 15, 16. Now, I'm not sure how long ago that was. I don't know if that was recent or what brand of golf cart he had. I have heard, in the first couple runs with lithium carts, they were, there was some issues. I think they're into their generation 3 or so of that. And I think they're a lot more reliable now. But obviously those will be some questions that will get answered, and I can call some clubs that have them, get some testimonials. I know one of which is just up the road, I believe at Southern Dunes. I believe they have lithium. I know those guys very well, so I can go, chat with them to see what their thoughts are. But they are the ones that are stating I believe it was over 30% cost savings. Now, also in cost savings, there's no maintenance to these batteries. You don't have to water them. You don't have to put the labor into doing all that. So there is other savings there as well. I did originally a couple years ago had concerns about the lithium reliability, as you're stating, but I think we're in a lot better environment, especially with. I believe the only two companies that do lithium, and I could be wrong, are Club Car and EasyGo. And as far as I understand, EasyGo is in the forefront as far as lithium goes, and I could be wrong on that as well. That's just from what I've heard.
It was an EasyGo cart, and I think it was it was maybe a 2018. It wasn't a very old one, but
Right.
Maybe with these with the lower speed carts, and if you got Southern Dunes using them, and maybe it is going to be all right. And I just wanted to bring up that I knew one guy had a lot of problems with it.
Sure. And on that, obviously we put the 85 in there, and it's very possible after we take this to bid, we may choose to stay with lead acid, and then, it'd probably be closer to the 73 or so. It just depends on, what choice we make. But I wanted to make sure the budget kind of matched with my preliminary thoughts of what I would recommend to do. But we'll be looking at both when we go to bid.
Mark, did you all mention beverage cart being included in that?
Right, and then that was the other thing. There was a line item for the beverage cart, and I definitely wanted to propose putting that in with the cart lease. Was on the old one, yeah. So instead of buying one, I was gonna propose that we put it in with the lease. So that was part of that number as well.
Assuming that the 85,000 is right, if I remember correctly, it's a 36-month lease, and you've got it, what appears to be for 4 years.
Right, so that's the other thing with lithium batteries. You can get extended leases, so we could extend the lease out. The battery lives are longer. Obviously, with the lead acid, the reason why we were doing it to 3 years is because after 3 years, we couldn't get them around the golf course twice in season. Sometimes you couldn't get them around once. But with the lithium batteries, that's why they have a better trade-in value, is because they last longer. The batteries are more reliable, so we could look at getting a four-year lease out of them.
Thank you.
I have a question. I raised this last year as well, and I'm going to raise it again because it still, to me, makes sense. And Omar, you're probably going to have to chime in on this. From my perspective, if we were buying the equipment, it would be a capital expenditure because we own the equipment. On a lease, that to me is an operating expense. I think it makes sense to do it. I think that in the long run, it'll save us money, but it's not really a capital expense. It's an operating expense. And I'm wondering if it would, in my opinion, let me say it that way, in my opinion, it would make more sense to move these costs to the cost of the golf operation as opposed to a capital investment. I know in the bottom line, it's going to come out the same because we're going to have to look at the reserves, but it gives us a better sense of what it costs to operate the golf course and whether or not we're making a clear improvement in the budget. So can we look at moving these leases to operations as opposed to capital?
Yeah, I'll come back at the next board meeting as far as budget-wise. I'll talk to Mike about that and see the requirements from GASB, if we can go ahead and classify it as operating. If that's the pleasure of the board, obviously, if we make it a operating expense, it just increases the golf subsidy that's going to take place. So you're transferring, the money's coming from the general fund. You're just transferring which account it's coming from, in a sense. So as we're being transparent and we're thinking about residents who are looking at our financials, once again, I always try to keep in mind what's going to be easiest for them to understand. And if we don't care that they know we're spending 85 grand on a lease versus, you know, opting for the dollar buyout and figuring out how much it is to maintain new batteries and not have an $85,000 payment monthly, it's just something for the board to consider. We'll take the pleasure of the board and we'll look into that for sure.
Was that a yes or a no?
I'll look at our next meeting. We'll have it either in the operating or in the capital based off what I find.
How about that? We'd like to see it. I agree with Neil. Just put it in the not in capital. It's not a capital expense. We spend it every year.
So you want to move the golf equipment and the golf carts, if I'm hearing you correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I would agree with that too.
Let's get a true picture of what golf is doing to us.
For that sense, why don't we just get rid of the whole capital and let them run it and just give them one subsidy number? What's the difference?
The difference is that capital is something that you have possession of. So when we're making improvements to the golf course, we own the land, and that's an improvement to our asset. When we're leasing property, that's not an asset. We're just.
But there's a criteria for capital. So when you're looking at a lease, there's a 4-test criteria. One of those criteria being the market value you get at the end or the dollar buyout option, which these fall into that dollar buyout option. You are technically getting these or purchasing these in full over the time of the lease, and that's why it's considered a capital asset. But I'll have a specific guidance on why that is so we can just put this to bed.
Sorry, you're saying at this lease price, at the end of the lease, we own the vehicle?
If it's $1, it would be $1 buyout based on the lease that we have in hand.
Right, so if we had $1 buyout, that would be a capital expense. But if the
We
lease,
do have that.
no, if we in fact exercise the $1 buyout, the $1 buyout would be a capital expense. But a lease payment,
No, just because the lease has that provision in it, it automatically falls into that test category.
that's never been my experience in all of the budgeting I've done. Maybe public budgeting is different, but I just don't see lease as capital expense.
And I think government, there's been new standards regarding leases, because I think that's been something that's kind of been, I guess they're trying to make it more transparent. You know, when you go looking at printers, and there's a lot of equipment that you could technically lease and call it operating, and it's just, there's a lot of guidance that's being put out. There's new statements that are being issued regarding leases, so it's been a hot topic lately. But at the next board meeting, for sure, I'll give you full clarification on what we can and can't do with the auditors. They'll be presenting at that meeting as well, so I'll have them give their opinion as well.
Again, with capital, you can have depreciation. With a lease, I don't think you have any depreciation.
I do depreciate over its useful life.
I guess that's why I'm not an accountant. I just work with them.
Okay, any more on the golf cart lease? All right, so the golf course improvements, I will let Earl take those for you. They're all broken down on the next sheet there. Page 15, Omar.
What page?
15.
So the first one, the Turtle Run bulkhead repair, that's along number 1, along the right side of the green. Over the last couple of years, that has started eroding away. The barrier that's there to hold soil in is degraded to the point that it is not currently keeping it all up in there, so it has started sinking in. The deadheads that hold that bulkhead in place, some of the cables are rusted through and have started letting loose, so that's something that we feel like is a critical item. It's not a want necessarily. It's something that we're going to have to address moving forward. The second item was some cart path repairs and upgrades. That's based on broken panels and concrete, and in some areas concrete where maybe we don't need it, and then some areas where we could adjust and add some coquina to help with cart traffic flow. So we're proposing that be over a 2-year period, address one golf course initially and then the other one the following year. Both courses have quite a bit of broken panel. Examples, 15 Turtle along the tee area there is really bad. Some transition areas over on Deer coming off at number 9 green, kind of bad. The bag drop area improvements, that is a continuation of what we had started last year with the front entrance. The initial proposal that we made, and I met with board members, this is prior to the new board, obviously, but we had talked about the changing out the front entrance to the golf shop and adjusting that for better traffic flow, where you could truly pull off bag drop plaza and not impede traffic there in Stephen. If one SUV stops in the turnaround there, it kind of blocks everything up. Ice machines was an addition that the district itself wanted to include. That was based on that we had purchased 2 new ones this year, and it was decided to try to go ahead and do 2 more next year, so that we had 4 new ice machines out on the 2 courses that were under warranty for 3 years, and hopefully we could do a better job has been done in the past and keeping those going. 21,
I thought the ice machines were only like 3,500.
they are, I believe. Mike would know better. That was a district thing.
So that included 3 machines at the time when we went through this process. We replaced 2 this year. There's 2 that still need to be replaced, which would be,
So that number would,
yeah, and then we also added one for the new restroom, which obviously we can take that out since that was not passed. But that included all 3 being restored.
Are we sure that we
Okay,
can't
thanks.
find, are we sure we can't find machines that are outdoors? I understand that all the machines we have are indoor only.
No, I don't know if Mike's still on the call, but Mike was heading up that when we did it before. And I know he looked into the indoor, outdoor ideas. So he would better answer that because he did all the research on ice machines. I don't know if he's still here.
yeah, you can talk. Mike just walked into my office.
Those are outdoor machines that we got from the vendor, and they were $4,000 a piece.
So I was told that the machines we bought this year were they were indoor machines. Is that not correct?
That is not correct. We got them from the vendor. Yeah.
You tell Earl.
And obviously, it's where you put them made a difference. I mean, the old machines we used to have were not undercover and protected. And so when we ordered them, we explained to the vendor what we were looking for, and that's what they suggested.
Okay, so we really only need 2 machines this year. Is that correct?
I think we need, well, yeah, we only need 2 because of the other bathroom, right?
So that 12,000 will be reduced to 6,000. Is that correct?
No, it'll be reduced to 8,000. 4,000 apiece.
They're 4,000 apiece?
Yeah.
Does that include the ice machine at the clubhouse?
The ice machine, no, at the clubhouse, I never had anything to do with that, so,
That one is operating fine. I'm sure we're going to have to look at it at some point. I believe that's one of the newer ones here.
yeah, I think that's about 2 or 3 years old. Well,
Yeah, when they were evaluated originally, the ice machine at the clubhouse was far and away the newer machine, which we've had to date 0 issues with. The ones on the golf course, some were more than 6 years old. Most of them were more than 6 years old, so you know better.
yeah, yeah. And we also now we have an in-staff person that actually we have the electrical contract that we have on staff or will be maintaining them every 2 months, but we also have a person on staff that checks them about every 2 or 3 weeks to make sure they're clean and, I mean, the hoses are clean and stuff, so, you know, we are maintaining them better.
Any more questions on the ice machines? Earl, I think it'd probably be best if you just go ahead and go through the next few years so we don't have to come backwards.
Sure.
I'll be in my office.
So the 2021-22 shows another 10 grand in the cart path repairs and upgrades. 21-22 was not supposed to have the driving range mat. That was supposed to be in 22-23. I don't know how it moved from the sheets we turned in, but and then 23-24 had the whole 17 Deer Run renovation. renovation.
Let's talk about the driving mat for a minute.
Yes.
Is anybody happy with the condition of the driving range? I was happy because it's just like my regular golf game. I was hitting off dirt. So I was used to it, but I'm not sure everybody else appreciates that. I think that's something we should address now, because the driving range, in my opinion, is a disgrace.
So with the budget discussion coming up, that was going to be part of that discussion, was overseeding in the wintertime. I don't, you know, we'll leave it up to you if you want to keep that in the budget to overseed in the wintertime.
Oversee
would
what?
obviously- Oversee the driving range, yeah. It would be just, it would, I mean, it would dramatically change the playability of the range. I mean, it's an option. We're not telling you that you would need to do that, but if that's a concern that, you know, the driving range is really sandy in the wintertime, because once it gets beat up in the wintertime, which is when the bulk of our people are hitting on the driving range, the grass is not growing, so it's not healing as it does in the summertime. Overseeding is an option, and that is priced out in my current budget proposal for next year, if that is something that you guys would like to do.
Well, is anybody here happy with the driving range?
I personally am in the same thing with you, as I don't hit balls very often anyway, but when I have, I agree, it's tough.
I've heard complaints also.
Yeah, I don't use the range that often, if ever. And I guess my question would be, from the mat standpoint, we put the new mat in last year. Do you like the mat? Obviously, it's better than dirt, but would you rather see overseeding or another mat?
I personally think if you put the mat in the right place and you play off of each mat, that you don't need to overseed. I mean, Earl is the expert on this. Ask Earl. Where's Earl?
Well, our original plan that we put together had 2 mats, and we chose one mat just for, I guess, financial reasons, but we originally had set that up for 2 mats, one on each side of where the ball machine house is, because the reality is, in season, there's so much traffic on that just the sheer size, we can't move people around enough to do it. This year, the right side was worse because we tried to leave the new mat open as much as possible. So a lot of the demo days and the teaching stuff went to the left side on the same side as the mat. So the right side was open pretty much every single day for shotguns and warm-up play and stuff like that. How we had originally planned it was to have a mat so that the majority of warm-up play and things like that, when people are just hitting balls to get ready to go out and play, that would be primarily on the mat. And then if you were, you know, the plan was to have a rotation that worked a little better, but having only one mat, it limits what we can do.
So what are you telling me? Which way would you recommend that we go? Do we overseed or we put another mat in?
Ideally, we would have the mat, and then if you still wanted to look at overseeding, that's an option. I know in the past they used to overseed, but that was when you were only overseeding tees and nothing else. We absorbed a new cost last year with doing the fairways on turtles, so obviously the seed number went up dramatically from a cost standpoint, not just of the seed, but of fertilizer and things like that to get it in. I mean, my hope manage traffic much better than just having them off the tee with the size of the tee is.
And just looking at this, we've taken $4,000 out of the ice machines. I'd move to 35 on the driving range mat to 2020-21 because I think it's important. And quite frankly, the bag drop area improvements, I could care less about those. I'd move that out.
Does anybody else have an opinion on those?
I don't go to the driving range very often, but is the mat being used that much, or would people prefer to hit off of the dirt?
The mat has actually been utilized more than what we anticipated. People try to hit off the mat sometimes even when we have it set up on grass, which sometimes causes a little bit of an issue with, we have to move the teeing area on the turf back so that if somebody shanks one off the mat, even when we close it, put signs up around it, people sometimes go hit off of it regardless.
Craig, I think it was your question. I mean, the mat, because I do go to the driving range, the mat is definitely being used more than anybody anticipated, but that's because nobody wants to hit off of dirt. If there was grass, then I think it might be a different story to a certain extent.
Okay, thank you. I always thought that I heard that people would prefer to hit off of grass than a mat, but
I think that's probably true for most people. So that's my recommendation.
How much are we talking about for overseeding for the driving ranges?
Earl, you
You're
can,
looking, from the seed standpoint alone, you're probably only about $2,500. Then it's the when you do the divots and things like that, you add seed to that, and then you have the cost of starter fertilizer and fungicide. But I can get an exact cost so that we have that. And it's in the proposed budget to overseed the range for 2021 anyway.
also, just on
Just
that
give me a
topic,
ballpark.
Earl, go ahead.
No, I was done. I just did it.
Oh, I wanted to add to that we, in proposing of overseeing the driving range, we are estimating that we would actually have an increase in revenue from having a nicer driving range.
Say that again, Mike, please.
So we feel that if we oversee the driving range, that we will actually see higher revenue in driving range revenue. So I think we would absorb some of that cost in more revenue.
And just a ballpark price, Earl.
All in, you're probably 5,000 to overseed versus not.
But let me ask you this, if you put the other mat in and you alternated them, you would probably have grass on both sides without overseeding. Is that not correct?
That was the initial proposal, because then you can transfer side to side, leave one side open for grass for people that prefer to hit off grass. What we ran into this year is that we had to predominantly keep the right side open because people did want to hit off the mat, and the mat is on the left side. We were limited in what we could do. So the original plan was, yes, to be able to utilize and flip-flop because you get the greatest number of days in between the time that somebody hits. The reality is this time we primarily moved it front to back versus front to back, side to side. So instead of rotating through that in 15 to 18 days, we were rotating through pretty much every other week, and it's too much.
On the topic, I was just going to say on the topic there was Greg, go ahead.
How long is the mat supposed to last?
I'll have to go back to the manufacturer. So we talked about that all when we proposed it last year. I want to say it was 10 to 15 years. It was out there a ways.
That's good. That's good enough. Thank you.
What I was saying, I just wanted to follow up with some public comment, and there's two folks that said they prefer to warm up on grass, just for relevance there. So, Mr. Brooks, you had proposed to move the driving range mat forward and push the bag drop area back. Is that correct?
Yeah, plus you pick up $4,000 from the ice machines.
Correct.
So, yeah, you're a little higher, but you're improving the golf course for the people who use it, and I think that's important.
Okay. Is there any other comment as far as that goes? Neil, you're muted.
Hey, Mike,
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. I guess I'd be waiting for your recommendation, but I also like to finish the golf area up front too. But I'm not against what Ray is proposing, but it certainly needs to finish the project up at the bag drop area. But and I don't know if it's that much. But my one question that just come into my mind, I must have had 100 people tell me that we need to oversee deer next year. Is that in the budget?
So we, in the budget proposal coming up, that number is in the budget and it will be up for discussion. Now that final answer will be up for you, but we put that number together to propose, yes.
But I just want to know if it was in the one that's coming up, because
Yeah,
a lot of people want to.
Earl costed that out and we put it in the budget for you guys to decide if you want to keep it in there or not.
Thank you.
Okay, am I unmuted now?
Yes.
Okay. My recommendation, based on what I'm hearing, would be to go with what Earl was suggesting and push the 35,000 for the mat out to 2022-23, overseed this year and weigh out how that goes, because I'm hearing, and my experience is, people prefer hitting off grass if it's good grass, and do the overseeding in 2021 on the driving range, push the 35,000 out to 2022-23 for this process. And if the overseeding on the range really doesn't work, then maybe pull the 35 back into 2021-22. But I would go with overseeding this year.
I disagree. That's not the original plan was to put 2 mats in. That was the original plan.
I don't disagree with that being the original plan, Ray, but I'm still looking at, we don't know where this year's deficit is going to come in, and I'm not anxious to put a lot of capital into next year until I know where our reserves are going to be.
You're talking about $20,000 for overseed versus $35,000. I mean, you're talking nothing.
No, you're talking 5,000 for overseed versus 35 for the range. You're
the
talking
35,000 is a one-time investment. The overseed would be $20,000 every year.
No, 5,000 every year.
Did he say 5,000 or 20,000?
It's
5.
I disagree. I'd like to vote on it. We can vote on it.
Any other comment as far as moving the driving range mat in conjunction with or without overseeding the range?
Any other supervisors have an opinion on this? At this point, we're 1-1 opposite opinion.
Well, I guess I would have to say that I'm not necessarily interested in doing the mat, with most people saying they would prefer to hit off grass. I would think that we go ahead and do the $5,000 overseed. But I guess one other question I have, when we said that we were going to put overseed deer, were we going to overseed turtle again next year too?
As far as the budget purposes goes, we budgeted to overseed both courses next year. And that obviously that final say will be up to you guys. So I guess from what I'm getting from right now, we want to plan on overseeding the driving range, and then we can make a decision on the driving range mat for next year. Or I know Mr. Brooks has a different of opinion, but as far as a board decision, I just want to move forward.
Mr. Brooks will definitely go with the rest of the board. He has no problem with that. I support that decision.
So,
Concurrence, Mike?
Put 5,000 in for overseed and take the 35,000 and leave it where it is, or you can move it out to the right.
I would think we'd probably prefer to leave it in 2021 as opposed, because we have a larger number in 2022 for other projects. So with that being said, the backdrop area improvements, should we leave that there as well? So basically we would leave it as is and we would just overseed this year.
What is backdrop improvements again? I'm sorry, I didn't hear Earl very well.
The original plan that, and I guess I met with all the board members except for yourself, individually, but we walked through the traffic pattern of trying to get the cars to have a definitive area to pull off. The three crepe myrtle trees that were up there that were kind of right in the middle of where that area would be, it was proposed to do some brick pavers to kind of delineate that area and do some plantings with the backdrop in that area that would also help direct cart traffic, because we had issues with cars actually driving through that area where carts kind of go now. So the plan included doing some planning so that you could drive golf carts through there, but not automobiles. And I'm happy to, like, I could meet with you and walk through that in detail.
If you guys want to do it, that's fine. To me, it's a waste. I think we have other priorities with the golf course.
I would agree. I don't know what the decimal plan was either. I was not part of the board at that time. But it seems to me like if there's any place that we can cut money, that would be one of them.
Sure. And Earl, if I think we talked about it. If we don't do the entire project, we would be able to dress it up from its current state, correct?
Sure. If we do nothing, I would recommend we can blacktop that area and be done with it.
You could have other options that would be as dramatic. So what I feel the recommendation of the board, do we want to leave that there for now? And Mr. Brooks, if you want to meet with him and get a better idea, we can address it in the next meeting.
No, no, I'm not interested in hearing more about it. I would take 15,000 and throw it on the course and make the course better.
Okay. Well, if we were saving that, then it would be a better, if we're looking at overseeding, it would, that would eat into that cost of overseeding. Deer. So, yeah. Omar, I guess, is there any other comment on that? Is that pretty much the board direction for that?
I think the concept of that is first impressions to make the front of the house more approachable, especially for new people. I guess the people who have been here for a long time are kind of used to what they're seeing, but making it look refreshed. I understand $15,000 is a lot of money, and you have to look at priorities. I'm fine either way, but I think the $15,000 was a good expenditure.
Right, and in that component, there is a small safety issue, and the reason why we've moved the bag racks themselves out there is there are cars that come around there and just they feel they can drive around back to park, and when we're busy, there's a lot of people walking around, so there's a small safety issue there. I feel maybe it's not the biggest of needs for this upcoming year, especially if we'd like to allocate that money somewhere else. I can definitely agree with that. Earl, are you good with that?
Absolutely. Like I had said before, to me, the cart path, everything is adjustable based on current conditions. The one thing that I would stand pretty firm on is the turtle bulkhead, because if we don't address it sooner than later, then it could cost us much more money.
That's a definite hazard, that for sure.
I'm not tied to anything beyond that. I mean, I'm happy to adjust as we need.
Any other discussion? I think we covered everything on the golf course improvements. Was there any questions on the 17 renovation? I know it's a ways out, but I don't know if anybody.
Are you kidding?
I didn't know if you wanted to bring it up now or.
I have no interest in doing that, spending $150,000 on one hole in the golf course.
I can see concerns. Did anybody?
What were we going to do? I don't know.
Right, that's why I was wondering if everybody knew the scope of the work. Earl, you can bring them up to speed on number 17 renovation.
The original feedback and the original plan called for eliminating the forced carry pond and adjusting it more to what would be the right-hand side of the golf hole, and doing a larger green to allow more movement of pins, things like that, and add additional cart path down the left-hand side. And that was based off feedback from previous boards.
That was requested by a previous board, you said?
It was, any of the capital items that are brought up, for the most part, are based on feedback that we get either from a committee level or board level or both. And hole 17 was identified as one of the worst golf holes on the property, and the mid to high handicap players have trouble getting over the forced carry on 17, the ladies especially. And it was requested that we look at that and alternatives and things that could be done to change that golf hole. Now, again, as with everything, there's always different options. If you looked at doing simply trying to adjust the pond based on permitting and things like that, it would be cheaper than obviously doing a golf hole renovation. And I'm happy to look at any of those alternatives. I was asked to look at 17 as a golf hole, and originally there was just an arbitrary number thrown in there, and so to have a better snapshot of that, I had a design, and we had to look at what, could you actually do, what made sense to do, and then try to cost that out as best we could.
If we just provided them a pathway on the left-hand side by decreasing the size of the pond and providing a little chute up the left side, it surely wouldn't cost $150,000, would it?
No, and originally, when I got here early on in the process, it was talked about, could we fill in the left-hand side, extend the right-hand side, because typically on permitting you have to balance surface area. Could you just shift it more to the right, maybe pull it back a little bit towards the tee, but fill in the left-hand side, clear out a couple of those trees along the left-hand side, which is along that really nasty area of cart path, which makes no sense. It's like it starts and stops, and it's right in the area where the ladies try to lay up. that would be considerably less. Your biggest cost there would be probably in your permitting.
In your what?
In permitting, having to have Drew and the guys look at the permitting part of it and how it balances on surface area. The actual filling in of the pond or digging out of one edge and clearing out the trees down through there is not a big cost whatsoever. And that was the original discussion point, but then it was like, if we're over there and we're gonna work on it and fix the golf hole, why don't we fix the golf hole? So I'm happy to look at that as an alternative, because, I mean, again, in this climate, most of these items were put forward long before we're into the issue that we're in now.
I just have one little comment. What we're doing 5 years out, I know some of us want to do this and it's important, but what I think is important this year is, I'll change my mind next year. I mean, this is all stuff that's, like Ray said about the mat, it was proposed to do the whole thing. Well, people changed their, I mean, we're not setting stuff in stone. I mean, it's, to me, Earl, work on a real price of it, but if I'm on the board, then I'll make that decision. I mean, sometimes we're not making people do stuff 3 years from now or 2 years from now. It's kind of like a vision, I think. And what we say now does not mean what we're going to do in 3 years or 4. It's nice to have a plan, but it's just, a lot of it's repetition.
Well, I think it's imperative that we know what we plan on doing out in the next 4 to 5 years. Because
It
otherwise,
doesn't mean we're going to do it though, Craig.
no, I agree. It doesn't mean that we're going to do it, but we ought to have an idea of what we want to do. And it should be fairly reasonable of what we want to do.
So, Mr. Herrick, based on your feedback, I'm happy to get with Drew, and we can, prior to the next discussion on the 5-year capital, I'm sure we can come up with an alternative cost for filling in part of the pond. For one, if we can get that permitted, if he feels like that's something we can do, and then I can put a cost to what that would look like so that there's an alternative to the 150. I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions on golf course improvements?
When are we going to see the Deer Run deal?
Which
2027.
year? Are you referring to a full renovation?
Forget it.
Well, it's worth talking about, Ray. I don't know if this is the right time to talk about it or not, but that's the whole idea. What we really need to do is have a master plan that may be a 20-year plan from which we can build the 5-year plan. But, you know, if we're looking at a full renovation of Deer Run in 2027 as a possibility, then spending $150,000 on a golf hole in 2025 doesn't make any sense at all. So that master plan is really where we're kind of falling short. And Tammy, I really call on you as the CEO to start working on a 20-year master plan that would include not only the golf courses, but the build out of real estate and the infrastructure that's needed for that build out of real estate. Because all of that becomes part of what we need to be looking at, and we haven't looked at. Because what we do with improving our residential capacity is going to have a lot to do with what we do to the golf courses. If we're going to continue operating at the current level that we have, then putting $150,000 or $1 million or more into a full renovation doesn't make sense. We need to figure out how we're going to grow Sun and Lake so that we can support those amenities that we want to support.
Correct, and I know I'm fully on board with having the master plan. I think it's great to have that long-term vision, and just putting together a master plan doesn't mean at any point you're obligated to act on any of it. Just, you know, if you're going to act on any individual piece of it, at least you're putting one puzzle together instead of putting a puzzle together with pieces from 4 puzzles. So I am definitely on board with that. For Mr. Hotelling's point of growing here, you know, within Sunny Lake, but also I think we need to look at what the market's doing, and the competition down the road is currently doing a full renovation, which is a very, very potential threat in the next upcoming years. So having a game plan of our own is a good idea, whether we ever decide to act on those individual plans or not. So I would be fairly open-minded with that. All right, shall we move on? Omar, did you get, I guess we really didn't make any changes to that current proposal other than the bag drop improvements. Omar, did you get that?
Yeah, I've notated that.
Okay. So next on the list would be the clubhouse updates and furniture. So what we put together, there's definitely some needs and some wants in here. The first thing on the list is the dining room partition. I think we all know the big partition in the dining room. I think everybody understands that. It is aging. It's 11 years old. It has its good days and its bad days. One of the biggest concerns is the repair for this dining room partition. It's at least $1,200 just to have somebody come look at it. And over the past couple of years, we've had them come out a few times. So it is a concern that I feel we should replace this partition. You know, in our current climate, would we survive another year if we didn't? Absolutely. So I'll leave that up for some discussion if you guys want to discuss that.
My opinion on it is I think that the enhancements that you made to it as part of the restaurant renovation made it look a lot better. I don't know how it works operationally, so you'll need to chime in on that. But I think we all would like to get to a point where we're seeing the restaurant make money before we put a lot more money into the capital improvement of it.
Right. I don't feel that this would ever be an item that we would pull off the capital project list completely. If everybody feels it's something that we could push back 1 year or 2 years, I feel comfortable that we will survive this year with it. I don't think it's going to have a catastrophic failure by any means. So I will entertain any board direction on that.
I'm for moving it out to 2120.
Mr. Herrick, what year did you say?
I would push it out 1 year.
1 year, okay. Any other comment?
You're talking about the dining room, the partition, right?
Correct, just the partition.
1 year's fine.
Yeah, same with me.
Okay, I agree with that, Omar. I think it's, looking at the budget for that year, I think it will fit in there fine. I agree with pushing that back a year. I feel that's reasonable. You
know what?
The bank.
Mike,
Yes.
you gotta touch it up with some paint on the inside towards the banquet side. It looks like hell.
We'll look into that. The banquet furniture and remodel. Let's see. I don't know if we have that broken down in here. All right, so it's not broken down in there. So with that, so the banquet furniture itself, so our banquet chairs, I'm sure you guys are all aware of the banquet chairs I'm referring to. They are obviously aging, and to me, I think they're becoming an eyesore. Some of them are not brand new anymore. They're breaking down a little bit. So we were looking at replacing those extra banquet chairs and also replacing our banquet tables. Some of our the ones that we move around, the big round ones, a lot of those are they're cracking in the edges. I'm sure if you sat at one of those tables and put your elbows on the table, some of them are about to break off. So they're definitely ready to be replaced. I would start to put this more in the need category than a want. That was costed out in the $18,000 range to go ahead and replace everything there. The other part of it with the remodel, we've had some comments on the banquet side of the restaurant, just for better aesthetics in there. Obviously, if you're dining in there, the ambiance obviously is not as great in there. So we were looking at putting in some upgrades, and Tanya and I, we met with, help me out, Tanya, who did we meet with? Griffin's Carpet Mart. She came
Kelly
by.
Griffin.
Kelly Griffin, thank you. And we voiced our opinions and suggestions, and she had some great ideas. Tanya, I don't know if you've heard back from her yet, but I haven't. But she was gonna bring some suggestions of what we could do to spruce that up a little bit more. If we're having a banquet and or just dining in there, how can we make it, a little more pleasurable to the eye, a little more ambiance. So that was in that part of the budget as well. Was there any questions or comments on banquet furniture or banquet room remodel? It's not really a remodel, it's more of a facelift.
I would say furniture, yes. The other part, no.
Okay.
I'd like to see a breakdown, so that I know what is in that $40,000, but overall, particularly as the competition is going to increase, dressing up that banquet facility is going to be worthwhile and probably pay for itself in no time. But I would like to see the breakdown to know what we're talking about in that 40,000.
Sure, and we can do that. I know 18,000 was our budgeted amount for the furniture. So that obviously leaves 22 for the remodel, and we're waiting for Kelly to come in with some options. And we could probably shore that up a little bit better, hopefully for our next meeting.
Yeah, I'd just like to see what those options are so that we know whether or not it makes sense to spend that other 22 or a portion thereof.
I agree. We'll be in touch with Kelly, and we'll shore up that side of it. Go into.
If that's our, you were saying that's our kind of our bread and butter is the banquets. I think that's going to have to be money well spent. I don't know whether it was 40 is the total amount that we need, but I think dressing it up is not going to hurt it a bit.
Yeah, and you're right. So banquets are our most efficient way to operate. Period. More money goes to the bottom line when we serve banquets. Period. And I feel that we should be trying to push that revenue as much as possible. And I agree. The next line item, 2021, the exterior remodel. And Tanya Tanya has the vision kind of on this. I don't know if she would like to speak on it, but it was kind of some stuff out front. Tanya, do you have your vision as far as that exterior?
Mike Hurley and I have had multiple conversations about the the blue tile and the blue trim exterior of the restaurant to more of a stone look to match possibly to what we've done in the median area as you go into the restaurant. We feel that it could use a upgrade for exterior and the way it looks and the way it's presented, and more of a stone feature instead of the blue tile. And there are ways that you can have a contractor take care of that, but for minimal dollars, we can change the look of the restaurant on the exterior.
Didn't we just put a new wall up?
We put a new wall up by the addition, you know, by the kitchen.
No.
But they stayed the same, Ray, you know, they stay with the, see, what Tanya and I talked about is putting a stone veneer, more of a natural look. That blue tile is really outdated and, you know, and it shouldn't be a big dollar amount just to go with a stone veneer in the front and clean the place up a little. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm starting to think I'm negative. I have no interest in doing this at all. I'd push it out to the right. We missed the boat. We should have done it last year when we put when we did all that wall work.
Well, they were also on a budget that, you know, they had to stay with them, you know, so I don't, you know. I mean, you guys stay within budget. You always lecture me about that, so we tried to stay right.
We spent $1.3 million on the kitchen. We could have fixed it then, but that's besides the point.
Yeah.
I'm inclined to agree with Ray. I would push it out, and I would say even then I would leave it as kind of a hold number. I'm not sure 25,000 is going to do what you want, and I'm also not sure that, I mean, to me, the blue tile doesn't look that outdated to me. And again, I want to look at how we can make the restaurant inside more profitable before I spend a lot of capital money on that building.
To make the inside look better, then you know that if we can improve the inside, that's more important than fixing the blue.
You just want to, you know, kind of improve the main entrance, and from day one, and of course some of you guys weren't here, but people hated the blue tile because it was outdated from day one. Now I've been in this business a long time, and I haven't seen a lot of tile work done in the front of buildings in a lot of years. So, but you know, it's just a matter of opinion what you like. So, you know, and it's not going to cost a lot of money to put a stone veneer in the front of that.
So, Mike, if I was going to ask you, is that 25,000? What is that just for
That'd be
that
plenty.
stone?
Just the front of the building, the pillars and stuff like that, Mike, on both sides, just to kind of give it a little more classy look. Let's put it this way, you know. But 25,000, you could do it very easy.
I would move it to 23, 24.
Is there any other board direction? I know, Mr. O'Telling, you kind of agreed with that. Did you like that year?
Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm good with that year. It's one of those things that, you know, that kind of a pure facelift, it's easy to do when you're making money, but when you're not making money, it's not that important to me. I think the building looks nice. If it's dated, it's mildly dated. It's what it is. I think pushing it out 2 years makes sense to me.
So, you know, and Tana, you can chime in if you'd like. I think we wanted to be careful if we pushed out projects to say fiscal year 23, 24 as the overall. I mean, there's some other things to discuss, but the number in that year is already 765,000. So I don't know if that
we're going to have
would,
some adjustments.
The alternative I would look at, Mike, is just striking it all together.
So we can push it and then revisit, or how, is that what we want to do? Or Tanya, what, I'm not sure what your feelings are on that.
Just put it to 23, 24, and let's see what
Push it out.
Okay. Sounds good. Omar, you got that one? So that would be the last thing. So the pro shop remodel, I'm sure when you guys come in the pro shop, you notice that it's starting to get a little crowded in there. Some of the fixtures are getting outdated, and we're also running out of space to expand. Now, if you follow the trend on sales in the pro shop, it's been growing for the past few years, and as sales grow, then you need to look at expanding inventory options. So in that proposal, we wanted to increase more slat wall space in there, so we could display more soft goods. I feel our soft good inventory is a little low, and obviously, if some of you guys have been in the golf business for a while, soft goods run at a lot better margin than hard goods do. Soft goods being clothing, shoes, and hard goods being clubs, balls, things of that nature. So we wanted to increase some area for display. Also, if we need to upgrade some fixtures in there and just kind of improve the overall look in the pro shop. So I'll leave that up for questions or discussion.
Have you done any specifics on this plan? Because again, my experience is $15,000 isn't a lot of money on a pro shop. Is that going to give us what we really want?
Yeah, we're not looking to do anything crazy. A lot of the fixtures in there are fine. Like I said, slat wall is not going to be crazy expensive. And maybe just a fixture or two. It's not a rip everything out and start over. And we can start to itemize that if you'd like to. Any other questions or comments?
I'm okay holding it there as a number for next year, or for the next year. But I would, definitely start pricing it out so we've got an understanding of what you're hoping to accomplish with 15,000.
Sure. So that completes that one. All right. '22. All right, well, he's trying to pull that up there. So, as you guys know, there was, when we did the kitchen renovation, there was in order to reduce the cost of the renovation, there was some equipment that was pulled off the list to reduce that number. And we still have some aging equipment. So a lot of these things that you're looking on this list are original equipment, and they are aging. Now, the first item on this list is sneeze guards. Now, obviously, I think we can all agree that we're going to be living in a different world when we reopen. And we do a lot of open air buffets. We do it every Saturday. We do it for certain banquets. We do it all the time, and there are no sneeze guards. The question has been brought up to me in kind of when this thing was kicking off back in early March or late February, when concerns were starting to raise, and we don't have any. So that's why we put it in the immediate budget, that we need to purchase sneeze guards for our buffets. So that's where that came from. That I would strongly put that in the absolute need category.
Yeah, you should have had that all along, really.
No, yeah, that should have been something thought of long in the past.
Mike, I'm not sure it's really necessary to go through every one of these. What I'd like to know is which ones are new and which ones are replacements.
Sure.
I would
So
support the obviously, I'd support the replacements. The new ones, I'm not so sure I would support unless you can tell me why.
sure, it won't take me too long to go through these, and I'll just keep talking, and if anybody has a question, just interrupt me. So the bottle cooler, that is a replacement equipment. That's where we store our wine behind the bar. That piece of equipment, I'm surprised it made it through this year. I would have replaced it out of operating had we had the money. But so that cooler fills up with about 2 inches of water, and it's absolutely on its last leg. So that's really a need, and that's a replacement. The char broiler, so that's the actual grill. Okay, so that's one of the original grills in the kitchen now. It is not functioning at 100%, but with low volume, we're able to get by. That's an absolute need. That needs to be replaced because the cost of repair is going to overcome that in the next year. The slicer, the current slicer we have is, I don't have the age on it, but it's rather old. But when we go to slice cheese, it stops the blade automatically. So they struggle with that. So that would be a replacement item. The ice machine is obviously a replacement item. We feel we can get through this season with that ice machine, but we have started to put some money and repairs into that ice machine. And that is the ice machine that furnishes ice for the entire restaurant. So when that goes down, we don't have ice for drinks. We don't have ice for whatever we need. Sorry, my light's on.
So since that ice machine is nearly twice as much as the ones we put on the golf course, I'm assuming it's got a lot more capacity?
Yes, this supplies all the ice bins for all the drinks in the restaurant. So yes, this is a much bigger. This is the one where you actually scoop it out. This isn't a dispenser. So you scoop it out of a big bin.
Didn't we put an ice machine in when we built the damn thing?
When we built or when we renovated?
Whatever you want to call it. Last year or the year before, did we not put an ice machine in when we did it?
No, that is the existing ice machine from the original restaurant. We did. I believe it may have been on there to be replaced, but it had to have been crossed off the list because that is the same one we were using before the renovation. The convection oven, that is a replacement. We have, I know a few times last year, and you can notice then on our expense line that our equipment repair in the kitchen was rather high and over budget this year. And this is the equipment that was causing it. So that convection oven, we had to put a new motor in it this year. It's on its last legs and it's quite old, so that would need to be replaced.
Wait a minute on that one, Mike.
Yes.
You're telling me we put a lot of money into repairs. It's on its last legs. Is there any warranty on the motor that we put into it? And if it's on its last legs, can we push it out another year?
I'll look into the replacement part that went in there. I know that may have a warranty on it, but that may not be the thing that breaks on it next time. But I can check into that. You were thinking of pushing it out a further year?
No. My question is if it's on its last legs and you're just telling me we're putting a lot of money into it and that's not going to extend its life, does it make sense to leave it out there in 21, 22 or
move it forward? I'll sit down and have another discussion with Kevin and we'll call the company and see if that motor's going to get us through this year. I feel when I spoke with Kevin, I felt we were comfortable making it through one more year because of those repairs. I'll double check that. And if we feel we want to move it up to this current year, we'll do that. We'll bring that to you.
When I hear last legs, I'm not sure it's going to make it through a year. And
Sure.
Be careful how you're phrasing the condition of these machines.
Yeah. So the next item, the fryer, that would be a new item. That is just for capacity reasons. We have 2 fryers on our main line, and we have 1 fryer on the banquet line. And when we're serving a banquet and we're doing a la carte business at the same time, you know, sometimes it gets overwhelming. We don't have enough fryer space, so we're kind of climbing over each other to get to the other 2 fryers. And so I feel that, you know, we really need to have 2 fryers on each line. The mixer is a replacement. The current mixer is very old. It actually made it through this season rather well, but I know they've had some issues in the past. But that's been recommended for a replacement. That was scheduled to be replaced in the renovation that got crossed off the list. I feel that that's a pretty good priority to replace. Now, moving out to 24, 25, the tilt skillet. Obviously, that's a huge ticket item that was scheduled to be in the renovation and got cut off the list. That would be a new item. We do not have a tilt skillet. Now that would, a tilt skillet, I'm not a chef, but I had to get the lowdown on a tilt skillet. So basically a tilt skillet will allow the kitchen staff to make things in bulk. So if they're doing a big banquet and soups and, you know, sauteing, that would be more of a banquet line item.
Hey,
so
Mike.
that's quite a way. Go ahead.
Mike, what
Yes.
happened to 22 and 23 and 23 and 24?
Those are the reason why we push it out is some of these other items are not that as urgent now. We feel like they'll be urgent later, but the reason why they're not in that fiscal year was because of the overall capital budgets for those 2 years are higher.
I know, but you're looking at the kitchen. You can't tell me that you know you need a griddle in 2024-25. If you need it, you're going to need it before then. Plus, you can't tell us that there's not going to be equipment replacements in 22 and in 23. Who are you kidding?
It very well could happen that way, and you know, as Mr. Gilpin relied to earlier, it is a little harder to judge it out that far. And if we come to you next year and wanted to move it up a year, we'll do that. I believe we're fairly confident that although we know these items are aging, we're trying to look that 5 years out to get them on there because none of these items were on that list coming into this year. I think part of the reason was because some of these were scheduled to be replaced in the renovation, but.
Oh, fine. How about this? Why in 22 and 23, in those 2 columns, put down miscellaneous or TBD for 20,000. So that way you can budget it, but you don't know what it is yet. And I take the 24 and 25 and do the same thing. I mean, who's kidding who?
I agree with you. I know in this year alone that we had to replace some stuff that could have been capitalized that put us over budget that I, you know, brought to your attention a while ago. I am fully comfortable with that. I don't know how the board feels about that, just having a blank TBA in there, just a blank capital number that we would look at. If you want to be able to see it year to year, how does everybody else feel about that?
I think when you're looking at 3, 4, 5 years, then having a you know, if there's something specific that you know you're going to need, then yeah, put it in there. But otherwise, planning for some obsolescence in those years makes sense to me. And having it in there as kind of a flat number is fine. And again, as far as going out that far with the tilt skillet, you know, if we're making money by that time, then yeah, I'll probably approve a tilt skillet if it's going to make us money. But if we're not making money by 2024, 25, I'm probably not going to vote for a $20,000 skillet.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I mean, we could move the, let's see, the salamander. I mean, we can move that forward. The griddle and the 2 fryers. So the 2 fryers would be a replacement of the 2 that are the old 2 in there.
Mike,
you know,
if you don't
we can move that forward.
If you put down the salamander to buy it in 24, you don't need it.
I'm sorry, Ray, I didn't understand that.
Well, I'm saying anything that you listed in 24, 25, if that's as important, if that's how important it is to you guys, you don't need them. Who are you kidding?
No, I understand your concern, and when we went through the whole list of these items, you know, as they're aging, we wanted to try to bring them forward, you know, sooner than later. We wanted to have it on the game plan. If we don't feel in that time that we need to replace them, we can push them back even further again. I mean, at 5 years out with 6, 7, 8 year old equipment, it is some of that equipment might last forever. I don't know, but at least we're putting a game plan on. They're the 3 oldest items that we would be looking that we would have a need to replace at some time. But as it gets closer and we feel that it's not necessary, I would vote at that time to push it back. And I would tell the board that we can push it back. But you're telling me to move it forward. We can move it forward and then push it back if we don't need it at that time. However you want to budget for it 3 to 5 years out, I'm okay with it.
I'm not telling you to move it forward. What I see here is that the way you did your budget, you didn't look at the kitchen for the sake of looking at the kitchen. You looked at the kitchen as part of your overall responsibility, and because golf has taken so much money in 22 and 23, you decided, screw the kitchen, it's not that important. I think you have to look at the kitchen for itself and do the plan accordingly. If the kitchen needs $20,000 each year, or 25, that's what you put down.
You should have some form of history on what type of capital replacements you would have. Now, I know you're limited on the experience that you've had in the kitchen, but I don't know. I would think collectively you should be able to come up with, this is generally the average of what we've got to replace every year.
Right. So a lot of these, so obviously there was the big clubhouse renovation 11 years ago, and that's basically when most of all this equipment was put in, as far as the information that I was given. So we're looking at the first lifespan of this, and I can't speak for anything prior to that, because I don't know what equipment was there.
Mike, you were here when we redid the kitchen 2 years ago.
No, but what I'm saying is the equipment that's on this list is original equipment from when the clubhouse renovation when the clubhouse was built 11 years ago, not during the kitchen renovation. I feel comfortable with this list. I feel like years 1 and 2 are the most important. And I know those items towards the end, they might need to be moved forward on the list. I'm comfortable that they're going to last the next 3 years, 2-3 years, as my discussions with Kevin. And if we feel 1 or 2 years down the road like things are going to change, I mean, it's not a perfect science to predict equipment failure in 5 years, but.
No, I'm just going to say this for the last time. We went through the budget process last year, and everybody said, don't you need money for kitchen replacements? And you guys told us, no, we don't. Everything is fine. So now all of a sudden, here's 10 grand here, 20 grand here. If that's a fact of life to what Craig is saying, then just put it down on the paper and say, I'm going to have this much in reserve because I know we have replacements that we got to address. Nothing wrong with that.
I can't speak to who said what about the equipment being replaced in the past. This is when me and Kevin have met over capital. This is our feeling of where we're at. Next item, short game practice area. Earl can handle that. Does everybody know the idea of the short game practice area, of the concerns and how we got to looking at this?
Certainly aware of the concerns and the safety.
I'd like a review of it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what the current plan is, but from a safety standpoint, this is, if we're talking about safety, I'd move this one up because that's a real concern.
So, Mr. Herrick, so the way our short game area and driving range is set up, if you're in the practice bunker and chipping on the chipping green, it's kind of a hazard with balls flying over there. So it is a hazard over there. So that's kind of where this kind of kicked off of doing something of having a different practice facility. And this is one option that came out of that. I'm sure this will have a lot of discussion, but Earl, do you want to explain this? Did we lose Earl?
Here.
Mike, I just walked in. I'm assuming we're talking about the practice short game area.
Yes. So I gave the general idea of why we need to look at alternate practice facilities.
Yeah.
Explain this option here.
This came about again just in discussions when the whole do a net, don't do a net, move the chipping green from the current location on the range, which everyone agreed was not ideal. The area between you can just say hole 10 and hole 18 was discussed as a potential area to move that, and then through discussions it was talked about to possibly do more of a short game area that would accommodate clinics and things like that. And so again, same as 17, we pitched that to an architect to give us a plan of what we could do, and that's where that came about.
So do we have an architectural plan? And I recall talking about possibly doing it where the building that we no longer use is.
Yes, it would incorporate one of those, one of the existing storage buildings between 10 and 18, and then that area that's currently unirrigated and not utilized between 18 and 10.
Okay, my guess what I'm saying is the former snack pavilion or whatever it was used for in the past that has no apparent use would make a good area for practice facility. Is that what we're talking about, or are you talking somewhere else?
No, this was a different area. The area with the snack shack was discussed, as well as the area that's to the right of number 9. They asked us to look into that. That area is considered a wetland, so we can't do anything in that area. We never looked at an alternative specifically for the snack shack area.
So it would be between 17 or between 10 and 18?
Between 10 and 18, and where one of the existing storage buildings was. Because originally, when this all started and the discussion started, at one time you guys were going to take down one of those storage facilities, and then it was then later decided no, put a new roof on them or paint them or whatever was done to them. But we've been looking at this for over 2 years, I guess. And then at one point we were just going to do a net and all over at the chipping green, and then it was asked to look at other options, long-term options that would.
But wouldn't we conceivably, we're talking about errant shots from the driving range. Don't you have that same concern from errant shots from 10 and 18? I mean, maybe not so much 18, but 10. I mean, somebody pulls a drive.
10 would be a little bit, but the plan called for some berming, and there's a lot of dirt there on 18 that is unutilized, that if you were putting an area in there, it would, I don't want to say it would balance because I'm not the architect, but the thought was there's plenty of earth there to work with. You could create some berming, and even if you widen a little bit on the right side of 10 to make it more of a true dog leg versus everybody tries to play down that left side now. But that was just one option. It was one that we were asked to look at, and so we did.
You know, outside of the amount of money that you're asking for, I just don't, I mean, I don't know how we think we can afford this.
I'm not saying that we can, Mr. Brooks. I was asked to get a plan together for it by the board, and that's what I did. I'm not advocating for doing it. I'm not saying it has to be done in this current climate. I wouldn't advocate for it at all, but I was asked to bring it to the board, and that's what we did.
Who asked you to bring it to the board?
You guys asked us for it. You asked for alternatives to the netting and leaving the existing chipping green for safety reasons. You asked us for alternatives.
Well, I apologize for making you do all this work.
It's not about making me do the work, but you're chastising me for supplying the info that we were asked to give. That's all I can do is I can do what you asked me to do, which is what I've done. I'm not advocating for it or saying that I think it's the right thing for Sun and Lake. That's not my decision. I do agree that the current setup is not adequate for the play. It's not adequate for teaching or for clinics. It poses somewhat of a safety hazard, but I'm not saying that one approach is better than the other. We can look at the snack shack area if that was not going to be utilized. At the time we were asked to do this, the snack shack wasn't closed, and it wasn't a thought that we would never utilize it anymore. In fact, it had just gotten a new roof put on, and we were going to start doing more over there.
I'm fine. I appreciate the fact that you guys did that. I mean, if we asked, you did a good job.
Is the $250,000, is that based on just a thumbnail estimate, or have we gotten some real pricing on the design?
We got the best that we could get without construction docs, which was an architect and a golf course renovation firm looking at the concept, because we haven't even gotten to a point of looking at the plan to say anybody agrees with the plan or not. The current plan proposes a 6-hole short game, almost like a par 3 type setup with several bunkers that you could hit different types of bunker shots out of. They're not USGA spec greens, but there would be 6 greens, and increasing the size of the current putting green, which in shotguns and all in season is not adequate.
I understand the
at
safety concern. I understand the safety concern out there, at the current driving range, and I'm not trying to minimize it, but have we had occasion where someone got hurt?
Speaking of
We've
somebody
had
who's
broken
calling,
windows. We've
Yeah.
had some cars hit on the street.
I was gonna say, as somebody who's taught on that area of the driving range, I've dodged plenty of bullets over there, and sometimes it's a little unnerving.
I think that moving the practice facility makes sense. It may be at $250,000. We've got too elaborate a plan for a practice facility. And I guess my understanding at the time that we discussed this a year or so ago was that we didn't have any plans for the snack shack area, and putting a practice facility by the driving range makes sense. And if we have some people over there, it's like, I hear you saying that the current putting green by the clubhouse is too small. I've been there in the Twilight League when there's a big group there, so I'm sure during shotguns you've got the same problem. But I think the plan may be too ambitious if we're looking at a safety issue, I would look at trying to replace what we currently have similarly to be cost effective, but in a safer location, like the snack shack area.
Sure, I feel like everybody on the board's on the same page as this is not what may have originally been thought of. So now, obviously, it's still a situation we need to address. So we need to look at, we may need some other ideas. So the only other option on the table right now is the snack shack area. Earl, you can chime in. I'm not sure if that's enough room to make a huge difference. And I mean, obviously, it would probably be something that would need to be reinvestigated to see if that would even adequately make a good practice facility. I can't be the one to answer that at this time, but I don't know if Earl has any opinions on that.
Hey, Mike?
I don't see how you could possibly have enough area there to work with to do what you're wanting to do. If it's a chipping and bunker practice place, I just don't see it enough. You know, we've got people that will be driving around there all the time, going over to the driving range. I can't see it being there.
Hey, Mike, didn't this whole conversation start when you guys enlarged the chipping area going towards the maintenance center? When we enlarged that chipping area, then everybody got concerned about somebody getting hurt. Then what we said we should probably do at that time was to go back to where the chipping area originally was, so that nobody had 75 or 85 yard chips. Because we had it that way for 10, 12 years or whatever it was, and nobody got hurt. And it was never an issue. And I don't know why, even if we were to go ahead with this, we still should make that change so that people are out of harm's way.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the decision was made to extend that area. I think we have, in a sense, reduced the size of that runway area. I know we've thrown several proposals at it with, you know, anything from fences to relocation. I mean, I'm comfortable with not having another option. I just know that this was a concern brought to us, and we've thrown the ideas at it, and you know, we're just operating at the privilege of the board in the direction you want us to go. If the board feels like we just want to make that practice area a little more confined, so it's more just bunkers and short chipping, I mean, it's, as far as I'm concerned, I'm okay with that.
At this point, if there is indeed a hazard and somebody can get hurt the way it's set up currently, I think either way we should shorten it up and make it a short chipping area and putting area. I mean, one's got nothing to do with the other. If there's a danger to somebody, we should address that immediately.
I feel it's worth a ride to go over there. I think shortening that long pitching area, it definitely doesn't hurt the situation, but I don't think it solves the entire issue completely. I think
it was never an issue before then.
As long as I've been employed here, it's been an issue. I'm not sure of anything or how I'm not sure what that looked like long before that, but like I said, I'm willing to do what you guys suggest, and I'm okay, Mr. Brooks, if we want to go right over there and we can look at it. If you feel we're good, we're good. If you feel, if there's an issue there, I feel we should address it. If there's not an issue there, then I feel we just cross it off the list and move on.
Well, there's obviously an issue there if you guys want to spend $250,000.
It's not that we want to spend it. It's the proposal on the table. That's what it would cost for that proposal. That's not what, we're not saying we want to spend that money. That's for the board to decide if you want to spend that money.
And
What do you guys ever decide? Do you decide anything?
we haven't decided anything, but from my perspective, we need to find an alternative to the current location for the practice area that's less expensive than $250,000.
All right,
Just a
so,
clarification of a budget, isn't it, you guys are supposed to be recommending what you want to spend money on, and we're supposed to either approve it or not approve it? Is that
No,
not what we're here for?
I believe it goes both ways. I'm sure, you know, with other things that are on this list, like Turtle Run restrooms and other factions, that we're not the ones that propose those. The board proposes some things as well. And like the Turtle Run restroom and this short game facility was proposed not by us. But we're
Wasn't
following up
proposed.
as we're asked.
Mike, the short game facility was not proposed by the board at any board meeting, so I'm not quite sure what you're talking about.
It was, Ray. I was at that board meeting and I remember some heated conversation about it. And I remember Supervisor Stiegel was part of the board at the time. We certainly gave them the direction to look at a new short game practice facility. I don't think any of us expected them to come back with a $250,000 project.
I stand corrected.
So I obviously I feel we're all on the same page that this is a little over ambitious, and you know we'll go back to the drawing board and see if what other alternatives we can come up with. I don't have a suggestion at this time. I feel we just need to hit the reset button and think a little harder on that. We can move on. Earl, do you want to talk about the Turtle Run irrigation? I'm not sure where Earl is. I can speak on that a little bit, not with varying expertise, but basically that irrigation upgrade is the exact same upgrade that we did to Deer Run. What was it, last year or the year before?
Talking about the greens?
Yes, it's a dedicated greens loop. And Earl would be able to explain it to you a lot better than me. So the way it's designed now is we don't have a crazy amount of control as to where all the water can go. So if a head comes on, you know, say behind 18 green is where me and Earl were looking at the other day. If the head comes on behind 18 green turtle, it's watering the green itself, and it's watering the surrounding areas as well. Is Earl back in here?
Yeah.
All right, Earl, I'm gonna let you take over.
Yeah. It's the same thing that we were talked about when we were looking at Deer Run currently on Turtle, and it was very evident this spring due to the lack of rain. We manage the greens first and foremost, and the turf around secondary. So we water the course for the greens itself. Currently, to water greens on Turtle, typically on any given green, there's 4 heads, and they water the green itself and all the surrounding turf, which means if you don't need water on the green, then you have to run water on the green regardless to water the slopes. So we don't overwater greens in any instance, because then we fight disease and other issues with the green, algae, other things that happen. So we manage that specifically for the green. So this spring, you saw a lot of those slopes on Turtle Run specifically where they got hot. I had guys out hand watering prior to making the staff changes. We had guys out hand watering slopes. This would give a dedicated head. Instead of 4 heads around a green, there would be 8. 4 would be dedicated that you could run just for the green itself, or that you would run for the slopes and approach areas. So it's a continuation of that. It also falls in line with some of our things that we've talked to SwiftMud about in our permitting process, that we would continue looking at reduction in water usage. The Deer Run reno that we did reduced our average daily usage on greens at 100% run by about 30 to 40,000 gallons of water per irrigation cycle on greens specifically. So this would be the exact same type of renovation on Turtle Run.
Did we accomplish that irrigation for 350,000?
It was less than that, but I bumped it up a little bit based on that it's several years down the road. Tanya or Omar, you might know exactly where that came in, but it was well under the original proposed budget that we had.
Thank you.
I guess my only question is, since this is going to be a cost savings and an agreement with the water, should we be pushing it out that far, or should we move this up?
I would like to see it moved up, and the 250 for the short game practice area moved out.
Any other comment from the board to second that? Or-
I certainly would move the irrigation forward, nearer to us.
So I guess the direction is to move it to 2022 and 2023, and the practice area, we're gonna push back a year. Is that correct? Flip-flop them or just exit altogether?
I would like to see it a less expensive alternative than the 250 for the
Sure.
practice area. And if we can come up with a good alternative, I'd like to move that forward as well from a safety perspective.
Move them both forward. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Well, we'll definitely look into more options. We'll see what we can do. So I guess for right now, we are going to move forward the irrigation project to 22, and we will revisit the short game area and see what other options we may come up with and try to move it to 21.
If it's practical.
Okay, we'll see what we can do.
I agree.
If there's no other questions or comments, I think that's it for golf capital.
Thanks, Mike. Obviously, this has been pretty long meeting. Neil, do you want to continue with general fund utility, or do you want to include this maybe at the next board meeting when we're going over the golf fund detail? What's the will of the board at this moment?
I'll defer to the board. I'm okay with going forward, but it has been a long meeting. It's after 3 already.
I think I would actually ask to defer.
Anyone else?
I'm either way.
I think I'd go along with postponing it, but I don't care either way, but it's pretty long already.
Joe, we didn't hear your comment. You were muted. You're still muted. We didn't hear you at all, Joe. You were muted.
There you go.
I think by procedure, you still have to take public comment.
Yes, we do.
Yes, the question is, do we want to dig any deeper into the capital budget at this meeting?
No.
Okay, hearing a consensus of the board to push the rest of the capital discussion off till the next meeting with a workshop at the end of the May meeting, May 8th meeting. Let's open it to public comment. Is there any public still with us?
Before we go to public comment, maybe we want to look at the calendar and see if we have to add a meeting in the next 90 days and try and get ahead of that in case we do, come up with a date that we all could live with.
Look at my calendar. I'm not sure even when the next ones are.
Well, I'm just thinking that the next meeting now is going to be extremely long, and we may not get through that either because it's going to be a very lengthy meeting.
The meetings are May 8th, Friday, May 22nd, which is a Friday, and then June 26th. Those are the next 3 scheduled.
Maybe we can look at something in the first or second week of June, since it seems we have a month off, you said, between May and June, the end of May and June meeting?
Yes, sir.
I'm good with June 5th.
I agree, we need one in June, first part of June.
Me too.
Is,
But we June
Omar,
5th?
is June 5th enough time to update changes for the budget meeting, or would we need to have it on June 12th? I mean, that'll give us, June 5th is 2 weeks, June 12th is 3 weeks.
And either one should be fine. We'll make it work.
Okay.
Either one works for me. If we don't need it, we don't need it.
I would add June 5th to the calendar as a meeting date.
I concur.
Okay, so I'm told we still have at least 12 people out there watching. Is there any public comment on the budget discussion we've had on capital for golf and restaurant?
Chrissy?
I have no response. I've asked a couple times for public comment and there's been no response.
Last call for public comment.
Chrissy, you might want to verify that that link's still working.
It is still working. I just received a post from Mark Fraley saying that there's no public comment on his end.
Still working.
Okay, so we know it's working. Seeing no public comment, I'm going to adjourn this meeting until May 8th. We stand adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys and gals.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Janet? Yeah. We just shortened it. How we had 2 other things to go.